It's quite a big crowd. Transform right here. Any other units?
Investigators continue to piece together the who and why behind the Brooklyn Homes community mass shooting. Topping your Fox 45 early edition newscast, the latest developments involving a 17-year-old being held without bail. And 6 years after a pregnant Baltimore mother went missing, the trial for the man charged with her murder begins. What we know as of now in the case.
Tracking another day with a lot of sunshine and less humidity, but we're going to start heating up. We'll talk about it coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Fox 45 Early Edition. It is Tuesday, July 11th. I'm Megan Gilland. We want to check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got a look at our forecast on this 7-11 day. How's it going, Justin?
Yeah, not too bad right now, Meg. Temperatures are hanging out in the 60s this morning, and we have less humidity as well. Not too bad as you get outside early, looking out over the Inner Harbor. Obviously, still dark out there at this time. Numbers are mainly in the mid to upper 60s for Cockeysville and Bel Air, Baltimore City at 69, 70 in Chestertown, still at 74 for you in Annapolis. So a mild Tuesday morning, sunny and dry for the afternoon, but we are going to be heating back up later this week. Those numbers are going to start climbing. On your morning drive, upper 60s and low to mid 70s, so not much to get in your way for your Tuesday. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. This morning, Fox 45 News is demanding answers about the investigation into the mass shooting at Brooklyn Homes. More than 1 week after 2 people were killed and 28 others hurt, investigators have yet to charge anyone with the actual shooting.
Why isn't this investigation further along?
So this investigation is pretty far along, but as we do with any case, especially a homicide or mass shooting, our detectives working with our local, state, and federal partners on this will continue to go through every single thing, and we'll be making charges as we track down every lead.
There are unanswered questions about the police department's response to the shooting. Fox 45 News has been reviewing dispatch audio that shows police knew about the massive crowd and potential threats an hour and a half before the shooting took place. City Council will hold a hearing on the response on Thursday. Meantime, the one person who is charged in connection with the incident is being held without bail. A judge made that decision yesterday. The 17-year-old is facing gun charges, but nothing related to the actual shooting. Police believe that he was caught on camera pulling a gun out of a backpack at the party. Fox 45 News spoke with his attorney.
They're holding him for gun charges when we allege that what this young man had was an Orbeez gun. An Orbeez gun is a toy.
Well, still to come this morning, we have live team coverage on all aspects of this case with reporters Olivia Dance and Shannon Lilly. They're going to be live with how Fox 45 News is pressing the mayor for answers, the growing calls for change, and the lingering questions about Safe Street's response to Sunday's shooting. Meantime, the 17-year-old arrested in connection with the Brooklyn Homes shooting is reigniting concerns about Maryland's juvenile justice laws. Fox 45 News has heard complaints about the laws from leaders across the state for months, including Prince George's County Executive and Police Chief, as well as the Harford County Sheriff, and then most recently, Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates. They say the laws leave police and prosecutors' hands tied.
To be honest, I think it's one of the worst pieces of legislation I've ever read, because what it has done is taken the process of holding juveniles accountable away from prosecutors.
Those protections have given way to a protection of some people who have committed very heinous crimes, which, yes, that does hamper what we are doing now.
It's becoming more and more difficult to hold juveniles accountable.
Basically, a lot of things that, unfortunately, young people find themselves getting involved in, police can no longer take action.
The latest juveniles caught in the path of violence happening just yesterday. 2 of them were shot in 2 separate shootings. The first happening just after 12 p.m. in southeast Baltimore. A 17-year-old was shot in the upper body and face. Police say he is in critical condition, and officers believe that it was a domestic-related incident. The second happened downtown. A 15-year-old walked into a hospital with a gunshot wound. He's expected to be okay. Developing news now and happening today. 6 years after a pregnant Baltimore mother went missing, the trial for the man charged with her murder is underway. Day 2 of jury selection begins today. Prosecutors say Michael Robertson was the father of Akia Eggleston's unborn child. He was arrested in Michigan a year and a half ago. Akia was 8 months pregnant when she didn't show up to her baby shower in 2017. Investigators eventually labeled the case a homicide. Her family promising to ensure justice for Akia and her child.
And we will continue to stand united as a family until the final judgment in this case has been rendered.
And Fox 45 News will continue to follow this trial. Day 2 again being held today. We're going to keep you up. For this 2-day summit, but another big discussion will be Sweden being allowed into the alliance. All 31 nations in the alliance need to approve Sweden's entry. Turkey and Hungary are the last 2 holdouts. Well, Turkey's president says his country could approve Sweden's membership to NATO if European nations open the way to Turkey's bid to the European Union, since their membership bid has been stalled. Sweden's foreign minister tells reporters that he expects Turkey to eventually approve Sweden's membership. This morning, former USA gymnastics doctor Larry Nassar is stable. How corrections officers saved his life after being stabbed in federal prison.
Missing education. I'm Angela Brown in Washington, D.C. Why schools are dropping advanced classes and how it could hinder students.
But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jean Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, a suspected terrorist released into the U.S. at the southern border. The government watchdog report detailing what went wrong. That's this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. Time now 4:41. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Now to an education alert. Some school districts are scrapping accelerated classes in the name of equity. But a new report indicates they may be the pathway to college. The National Desk's Angela Brown explains.
This report is coming from Helios Education Foundation. Their goal is to support post-secondary attainment for Latino, Black, and students from low-income backgrounds in Arizona and Florida. So this report covers those states.
Braxton Barr, a name you may see in lights.
What's your goals and your dreams?
My dream is to really perform around the world and sing opera because there's not a lot of young Black men like me doing this.
Planting seeds of greatness early, taking college-level courses in high school, earning credits through dual enrollment.
Why did you do it?
I wanted to get ahead.
The Helios Education Foundation is looking into the benefits of dual enrollment in AP courses using numbers from the National Student Clearinghouse, tracking tens of thousands of students, finding similar results in Florida and Arizona.
Having taken even one of these courses, an AP course or a dual enrollment course, really led to almost nearly 2 times the likelihood of you going to college.
These findings coming at a time education is shifting. Some districts moving away from honors courses, others questioning gifted programs. Peralt says accelerated courses like dual enrollment and AP have outsized benefits for students of color.
Black students that take these courses, low-income students that take these courses, Latino students, they do even better on average of going to college and staying in college too.
College students like Braxton Barr, who knocked out college courses in high school, allowing him to focus on his major earlier.
Towards my junior and senior year of college, I will probably only have no more than, I want to say 6 to 9 credit hours a semester, which is amazing, which is less money, of course. So it does help financially in the long run.
In Florida, for example, state funding covers the cost of dual enrollment for public school students, so the barrier may not be cost, but access. In Washington, D.C., I'm Angela Brown.
Well, this morning we are following new information here in Maryland after thousands of parents were locked out of the state's college saving plan. Just yesterday, the state treasurer announcing participants of 529 will get a 6% retroactive earnings rate. Fox 45 News has been following the chaos since last year. We've heard of parents who say the value of their prepaid accounts decreased by as much as 50%. The state says that was from a new method of calculating interest in the fund. Taking you live now to the Inner Harbor, to Ocean City, Towson, and Deep Creek Lake here this morning as we are expecting another hot day out there. When the sun comes up, you're going to feel it. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers to see exactly what we can expect. Quiet right now, Justin.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to heat up, though, Meg. We saw temperatures in the upper 80s yesterday, right back to the 90s today, and we're going to keep that 90s trend going all the way through the rest of this week as those temperatures are going to heat up. But there is some good news out there, and that comes in the form of our dew point temperatures. 69 is your air temperature right now. The dew point at 62 degrees. When we talk about dew points in the lower 70s, it's that muggy, oppressive feeling, but 62 is actually not bad. And when you look at the dew point trend, notice we're almost in the comfortable category in terms of Tuesday and Wednesday with those lower dew points. So not as much humidity out there. The heat index will be basically what the actual temperatures are. But on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, you start to see that trend upwards in terms of more moisture that's going to be added to the air. So that's when we get into that hot and muggy situation heading closer to the weekend. As you rise and shine with us, grab that cup of joe, enjoy some breakfast. Upper 60s and lower 70s over the next few hours. That sun up at 5:50 and goes to bed tonight at 8:34. And looking at our temperatures for today, they are going to be heating up. Those numbers that will start into the 60s this morning. But by about 8 o'clock this morning, Ellicott City will see those numbers in the mid 70s and numbers for you right around noontime in the mid to upper 80s. Not bad for lunch outdoors. You're going to see some of those temperatures slide to the lower 90s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for this afternoon. 89 is typically where we are this time of year. Most of us in the upper 80s, but a lot of lower 90s will start sneaking in as we head toward the afternoon. Not only here, but up and down the 95 corridor for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. 81 if you're heading down the ocean today. Looking at your MoCast, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, we're staying mainly dry for the next couple of afternoons, so no issues on getting the grass cut. You can see on that future scan, that pretty much tells the story here. With that large ridge of high pressure, that big H right there sneaking in, that's going to help to heat things up over the next few days. But again, we don't get in on that moisture until about Thursday. That's when we get back to more of a traditional summer-like flow. We'll get some of those showers that will pick up late Thursday afternoon into the evening time. That'll be our next chance for some actual thunderstorms rolling through, and again, more of that muggy and hot type feeling. Labor Day is just 55 days from right now on our holiday countdown. We're just about 61 days, best but 2 months or so until that Ravens home opener, and autumn starts in 74 days from right now, at least the autumnal equinox. I like meteorological autumn. So our 7-day forecast, lower 90s today, mid 90s. Look at those numbers. Wednesday and Thursday definitely climbing. Some storms coming in late Thursday, and then a couple of pop-up storms Saturday night into Sunday, and again on Monday. So we get back into that kind of stormy pattern. But look at all those 90s all the way through the next 7 days.
All right, Justin, thank you. If you're out enjoying the hot temperatures this week, we'd love to see. You can scan the QR code right there on your screen, and that will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, where you can upload your pictures and your videos there. And this is all powered by Statcla. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at our Len Stoller traffic network here. We have a live look at the roads around our region. Pretty quiet out there right now. No major incidents to report. A little bit of volume picking up, but again, pretty quiet. Let's get a check now on mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Mark, how's it going on your end?
Well, out there right now, Megan, you'll find on the MARC train system, 10 train 505 and 10 train 403 operating with 5-minute delays. But out there on the Camden and Brunswick lines of MARC, CSX Transportation has issued speed restrictions out there due to the heat on the services on the Brunswick line and Camden lines. And as a result, you will incur delays on both lines this morning due to those heat restrictions. Out there on Light Rail Link, good to go for travel. No delays or issues there. Metro Subway Link still working with a service disruption between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. Shuttle buses remain in place providing service there. Certainly allow time for travel on Metro Subway Link. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. In just 2 days, a hearing will be held on the investigation behind the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting. Why the questions now being raised circles back to Baltimore's flagship gun violence prevention program.
Looking for some drama? Well, look no further than Capitol Hill. I'm Christine Frizzell with what to expect in the coming days.
Time now, 4:51. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Making headlines this morning, convicted sexual predator and former USA Gymnastics doctor Larry Nassar is receiving treatment after being stabbed 10 times while in federal prison in Florida. The president of the local correction officers union says Nassar is stable after corrections officers saved his life on Sunday.
He was stabbed twice in the neck, 6 times in the chest, and twice in the back. The only reason he is alive because of our staff that saved his life. The staff that were there, they're working on a double shift because we don't have enough staff.
Nassar was sentenced in 2018 to up to 175 years in prison after more than 150 women and girls said that he sexually abused them over the past 2 decades. He admitted using his trusted medical position to assault and molest girls under the guise of medical treatment. Also making headlines, attorneys for Michigan school shooter Ethan Crumbley are trying to get the life in prison without parole option taken off the table for his sentencing. Crumbley pleading guilty to killing 4 students and wounding 7 others at Oxford High School back in 2021. A new court filing shows that his attorneys are asking for a prison term with a specific end date and plan to debate whether he is irreparably corrupt. Prosecutors say the real issue is whether life in prison without parole is appropriate for the crime committed by a teenager. Well, the sentencing hearing is set to start on July 27th. Developing now as we take you live to Washington, D.C. this morning from Capitol Hill. We know lawmakers are returning to work after a short break, pushing a long list of things that they hope to accomplish. Sinclair National correspondent Christine Frizzau has a preview.
In every corner of the Capitol this week, battles are expected to be waged. The must-pass National Defense Authorization Act is a whopping $886 billion bill, which includes a pay raise for service members and millions more for Ukraine. Tensions expected to rise in this week's hearing focused on the origin of the coronavirus. House Republicans arguing for months top government officials hid evidence and engaged in a cover-up about how the virus started.
A lab leak is possible. I would go even further to say the lab leak is probable.
Another top priority for GOP lawmakers, focusing on what some argue is the weaponization of the federal government.
I have been to all 56 of our field offices twice.
FBI Director Chris Wray set to testify and be grilled about accusations his agency has mishandled investigations, including into the president's son Hunter, following testimony from whistleblowers.
The FBI suspended my security clearance, accusing me of actually being disloyal.
As Democrats blame Republicans for following orders they say were handed down by former President Donald Trump.
We all know that when Trump says jump, the Republicans in the House say how high. My colleagues on the far right are on a mission to attack, discredit, and ultimately dismantle the FBI.
As that fight carries on, other Republicans planning to target the salaries of Biden administration officials, even in some cases threatening impeachment, like with Attorney General Merrick Garland, Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, and even President Joe Biden himself.
They're saying that's what we promised to do, and that's what we're holding up our end of the bargain for our voters, and their base loves it.
There are just 12 working days before lawmakers head home on their August recess, which means the chaos here on Capitol Hill will be amplified with deadlines, debates, and drama set to dominate. In Washington, I'm Christine Frizzau.
Thank you, Christine. In Texas, another Democrat announces he plans to challenge Republican Senator Ted Cruz when he runs for re-election next year. State Senator Roland Gutierrez officially launching his campaign on Monday. Part of the district Gutierrez represents is Uvalde, where a gunman shot and killed 19 elementary school children and 2 teachers last year. Gutierrez says gun control will be an important issue during the campaign.
We have Republicans like Ted Cruz that have failed to do anything to protect our kids. Well, my response to Ted Cruz is that I wish he'd get back to work. I wish he would do his job.
Another Democrat, Representative Colin Allred, was the first to enter the race. No Democrat has won a statewide office in Texas in nearly 30 years now. Well, Fox 45 News is demanding answers when it comes to Monzi's role right before shots rang out in the Brooklyn community. Just ahead, we're going to take a look at the concerns that we're hearing this morning about the continued flow of money to the program.
And we are continuing to follow that mass shooting in Baltimore's Brooklyn community. Just ahead, what we're learning about the team behind bars and the many unanswered questions left in this case.
Our temperature is not bad right now, but we're going to be heating up back to the 90s today. We'll take a look at how long these 90s stick around coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Tuesday, July 11th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Somebody's very excited about Slurpees today.
Oh, that would be my daughter,
Oh,
but
yeah?
I'm guessing you mean someone here. Are we talking about meteorologist Justin Chambers?
Heck yeah, it's 7-Eleven day, man. We
Yeah.
get free Slurpees. It's awesome. Got to get the Coke Slurpee or the Cherry Slurpee. Those are the two that I like. So I don't know what you like. Maybe you like to enjoy a Slurpee, but you got to do it before that heat melts it into a big liquid drink. We don't want that. Our downtown Baltimore shot right now. Overall, not too bad. Calm conditions here for your Tuesday morning. We're in the upper 50s in Cumberland, 61 in Oakland, and overall, a lot of us in the mid to upper 60s for Westminster and Bel Air down to Baltimore City at 68. Even the Eastern Shore right about 70 in Chestertown. Out for your morning drive today, upper 60s and low to mid 70s. So Mr. Bo says we are good to go. Should top out back into about 92 for our high today. Those numbers back in the above average category. Coming up in a few minutes, we'll take you through your 7-day forecast, let you know when some more storms roll in and how we change up the weather pattern heading into the weekend.
Thank you, Justin. And this morning, we're continuing our coverage when it comes to a city in crisis. Fox 45 News demanding answers about the investigation into the mass shooting at Brooklyn homes. More than 1 week after 2 people were killed, 28 others were hurt. Investigators have yet to charge anyone with the actual shooting. Well, this morning, we have live team coverage on the Brooklyn homes community mass shooting.
Coming up in a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will join us live as Fox 45 News continues to press the mayor for answers, including whether he still has faith in acting Commissioner Richard Worley. But first, we begin with Olivia Dance. She's at City Hall this morning with more on the lingering questions about safe streets. Olivia.
Well, Tom Patrice, on Thursday, the police department and the mayor's office of neighborhood safety and engagement, also known as Monzi, will face counsel to try and figure out why more wasn't done to prevent Brooklyn's mass shooting. Now, that hearing happening right here at City Hall. And Fox 45 News has learned that 4 Safe Streets workers mediated several conflicts earlier in the day between people with guns at the Brooklyn Day block party, but they left before 30 people were shot, 2 of them losing their lives. Councilman Mark Conway, chair of the city's Public Safety Committee, says he's expecting answers to several questions.
Why was there no police presence on the scene? Why did we not know about the event in advance? Who knew about the event in advance?
The questions now being raised circle back to the uncertainty of an agency Fox 45 News has been investigating for years. Monzi oversees the implementation of Safe Streets, which is Baltimore's flagship gun violence prevention program. The interim director of Monzi making it clear last week that the policies for Safe Streets workers telling someone about a potential threat aren't in place, but we were told those policies are now under review. And after multiple emails last week asking about the policy, it's unclear when or if any changes will be made. Patrice, back to you.
Olivia, we know that the city continues to give money to Monzi. Just last week, they gave them just under $4 million to run the Cherry Hill and the Penn North Safe Street sites. What do experts say? Are there concerns about accountability when it comes to the money given to that agency?
Yeah, Patrice, there's definitely concerns. We actually spoke with taxpayer watchdog David Williams, who says that the Brooklyn mass shooting highlights the need for more transparency and accountability. Take a listen.
You can't call something your flagship program and then have this mass shooting. You can't be an entity that's receiving tens of millions of dollars in taxpayer dollars and not be accountable for that.
Despite the city being slow when it comes to responding to public records requests, Fox 45 News, of course, will continue to demand answers about accountability and transparency. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. 504. And last month, we asked Monzi about this organizational chart, now showing Mavronis at the top after Shante Jackson left June 30th. We asked what are the qualifications each employee has to justify holding their respective role? What is their previous employment? And will you allow Fox 45 News to interview any or all Monzi employees to learn more about their work? Has anyone on the chart been convicted of misdemeanors or felonies? Still no answers to these questions from 3 weeks ago.
In May, we sent 5 records requests, including quarterly reports from organizations getting taxpayer-funded grants, a list of all grants approved and awarded through Monzi since December 2020, and former Monzi Director Shantae Jackson's direct expenditures. We only got a response after sending a demand letter, but we still have not received the actual records.
Well, this morning, the 17-year-old facing gun charges in connection with last Sunday morning's mass shooting remains in jail after a judge denied him bail. Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with our push for this latest in this investigation and the hearing that's scheduled for later this week. Shannon.
Well, that hearing that you mentioned, Tom, is scheduled for Thursday, and it's going to be a Baltimore City public safety hearing to discuss this mass shooting, as well as the events leading up to it, and communications amongst city agencies like the Baltimore Police Department. And it comes as a mound of questions remain in this mass shooting, and we are pushing leaders for answers.
Why isn't this investigation further along?
So this investigation is pretty far along, but as we do with any case, especially a homicide, a mass shooting, our detectives working with our local, state, and federal partners on this will continue to go through every single thing, and we'll be making charges as we track down every lead.
More than a week has passed since the Brooklyn Day mass shooting, and so far, investigators have yet to charge anyone with the actual shooting. One of the only leads released to the public thus far involved a teen captured in this social media post taking a gun out of a backpack at that block party. Well, Acting Commissioner Rich Worley announced his arrest days later on gun charges. That teen's attorney, though, claiming he's done nothing, the state has said. Meanwhile, major questions also remain about the department's response and the event itself. In fact, dispatch audio from about an hour and a half before the mass shooting took place seemingly indicated police were aware of the growing crowd. Listen.
It's a big crowd. Platform right here. Any other units?
Well, Acting Commissioner Rich Worley later said that the department was not aware of Brooklyn Day, even though this was an annual event and it was not a permanent event this year. Despite that, though, we know that the mayor says his confidence in Worley has not been swayed. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
We want to know, what do you think? Do you trust the city council to ask tough questions about the mass shooting? So far, 98% of those who voted say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Supermarkets closing recently is an all too familiar trend in Baltimore. In our next half hour, the latest closure and why crime could be the driving factor for its move.
More rain targeting the Northeast today in areas already slammed by heavy flooding. Look at that. Crews conducting more than 50 water rescues. The warnings in place now this morning.
Temperatures are mainly in the 60s now and 70s for some of us here on your Tuesday. We're back to the 90s for the afternoon, and how long those 90s stick around, we'll talk about it coming up.
5:10, severe weather continues to impact several states in the Northeast. Many residents trying to clean up are now bracing for even more rain.
Megan Gillen is in our live center now with some incredible new images just coming into the newsroom. Megan?
Yeah, guys, the one here behind me, we've got some fast-moving waters. I'm going to go ahead and make this bigger so you can see this. This is coming in from Vermont, washing out roads there. Look at that. Just incredible images, trapping residents in their homes, clearly disrupting some travel there. Thankfully, no reports of injuries or deaths, but guys, we're getting word that swiftwater rescue teams have done more than 50 rescues, mainly in the southern and central areas of that state. Rainfall in certain parts of Vermont, get this, it exceeded 8 inches yesterday. Just imagine that. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers saying late last night that they expect 2 dams to release water, causing severe flooding downstream, likely to affect multiple towns here today. A live look at the radar here this morning as New England braces again for more rain. Forecasters predicting any drying out won't happen until midweek, and by then, federal forecasters will be trying to determine whether another front is headed for New England. Officials say the storm has already brought tens of millions of dollars of damage. The president already approving the state's emergency declaration there. Meantime, we know cleanup efforts are underway right now in parts of New York. After deadly flooding there, about 50 people had to be evacuated from their homes in Ontario County. Taking a look at some of the images of what they're dealing with. And we know it's not over yet, guys. Today, the National Weather Service issuing flash flood warnings and advisories for much of Vermont, from that Massachusetts line north to the Canadian border. Here in Maryland, as we take a look at all that green up here, zooming in on Maryland, it looks as though we might escape this one. Let's go ahead and bring in the expert, meteorologist Justin Chambers, who's tracking this system.
That large area of low pressure just sitting up there in New England, Megan. It's just sitting and spinning, essentially bringing more of that rain to that part of the region. As we take a look at that right there, you can see that big L right there on the map. There's Burlington, Vermont. She was just talking about it. More of that heavy rain is moving in. But when you zoom out, you can see where we are, and you have that nice ridge of high pressure. That's what's giving us the drier conditions, that drier air. As that front has moved off toward the east. But that's that next front that Meg was just talking about, moving over the Great Lakes region, that we're all watching to see if there's going to be more rain for folks in the Northeast. Beautiful shot right now from our downtown Baltimore cam. You can see that sun that is coming up in just a little bit, that morning glow looking very peaceful here on your Tuesday. We're back with your forecast. We'll talk about how warm we get or hot we get today, as well as when the next chance for storms roll into our neighborhood.
A crisis in nursing after the break. Where state funds are expected to go here in Maryland as the whole country struggles with staffing these key roles.
Plus, a family continues to fight for change after a 9-year-old shoots and kills a 15-year-old. Topping our next half hour, the new calls for change this morning to the juvenile justice system. 5:13 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
5:16 and topping your consumer news, nearly $6 million in state funding is going toward addressing a nursing shortage. The money will go towards bolstering nursing programs at 6 universities and colleges, as well as 3 community colleges. Grants will be used to expand classes, buy supplies, and educate students and staff for nursing career opportunities. The entire country is currently facing a severe nursing shortage. Now looking at your consumer news on a national stage.
A new federal survey shows inflation may ease, but not soon enough in the minds of consumers.
A survey done by the Federal Reserve Bank of New York says Americans expect high inflation for a few more years, even if inflation drops in the short term. Consumers expect inflation to hang around 3% 3 years from now and remain steady there 5 years from now. The Federal Reserve raised interest rates 10 straight times before a June pause to keep inflation in check.
Today kicks off Amazon Prime Day. It's estimated that customers on average will spend $117 on these so-called discounted products. Most Americans spend more than $90 a month on the e-commerce site, according to credit card experts at Upgrade Points. For Prime members, it's around $110, and non-subscribers around $38 a month. The survey found 25% of Americans buy from Amazon 1 or more times per week. But get this, 33% of Americans say that they have spent more money on the site this year than what is in their savings account. 5:17 trending this morning. A nationwide survey found Baltimore is the 3rd most stressed city in our country, according to Wallet Hub, based on metrics like financial stress, family stress, and concerns over health and safety. And Baltimore finished behind just Cleveland, Ohio, and Detroit. And Baltimore was top 10 in financial stress, work stress, and family stress categories.
Well, it's 5:18, and hopefully we're not going to be stressed about the weather.
You all right?
That was pretty dismal there. You're okay?
When George, like when on Seinfeld, he just acted stressed out and looked like he was really busy, you know, and he was just like, I guess, whatever. Maybe that's all it is. It's just that we're busy here.
I think.
You know, we're busy in Baltimore. We're busy in Baltimore. There you go. Busy bees out here. We got a lot of great things going on. And what a gorgeous shot this morning. Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday to you. Our Mile 1 Auto Group cam in Towson showing a nice little morning glow right there. Overall, not too bad yesterday. Our temperatures stayed into the 80s, but we're going to be right back into the 90s for the afternoon. Right now, 68 in Towson with no wind to speak of. The dew point at 62 degrees. I keep pointing out the dew points because our dew point temps are going to stay kind of in that nice to sticky range for the afternoon. Even though we are going to heat up, we will not be nearly as humid as we were last week. Now, it's a temporary break because later this week we're going to get right back into it. But you can see on your next 12 hours, Daryl the Dragonfly buzzing around there. Mid to upper 80s as we take you through noon and 1 o'clock. And we'll slide back into those lower 90s for your highs this afternoon. Cannonball! If you want to jump in the pool today, our splash cast, UV index in that very high category, so make sure to get that sunblock on and reapply it. Already 80 by 10 a.m. and into the lower 90s in that 2, 3, and 4 o'clock hour hanging by the pool. So taking a look at your temperatures for today, typically 89 is where we are. That's the average. So a lot of us are going to slide into the above average category from the Hereford zone over to Reisterstown and Cockeysville, 89 in Perry Hall and White Marsh, lower 90s in Dundalk, up into Westminster, 89 in Eldersburg for you in Carroll County. In Howard and Anne Arundel counties, those numbers in the upper 80s and lower 90s for Ellicott City and Elk Ridge down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena for today. Now, nationwide, the heat is definitely on, especially in the desert Southwest. They're used to seeing triple-digit heat, but they've got potentially long periods of 110s and close to 120 in some spots, possibly in Death Valley and even in Phoenix. So, yeah, definitely cooking out there. Even 96 in Denver. Lower 90s for Nashville and Memphis today down through Atlanta. I mean, it's July, so a lot of the U.S. is definitely cooking. And here's a look at our temperature tracker. Notice we're going to stay above average. We'll be back to the mid-90s tomorrow and Thursday. That's going to be about 4 or 5 degrees above average. And notice that 90 streak kind of staying right above that average line for most of the next few days. So on your outdoors cast, yeah, definitely heating back up. But Betty the Butterfly has no issues out there. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, we got 3 greens across the board for you. Here's a look at your future scan. Dry today and tomorrow. That nice ridge of high pressure keeping us dry. It's that subsidence or that sinking air helping to heat us up. Thursday, we get right back into that southwesterly flow, and we'll pull in more of that moisture out ahead of that next cold front, and that is what's going to bring our next chance for showers and thunderstorms by Thursday afternoon into the evening time. So here's that 7-day forecast. Again, we'll see some storms late on Thursday. A couple of pop-up thunderstorms possible Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. You get the idea. We're going to get back into that routine of what we've seen the last couple of days in summer, basically, here in Baltimore. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Len Stoller traffic network and some of the cameras around the area. Yeah, looking at the Broning Highway shot 895. That is not the Northern Lights. In fact, we won't be able to see them Thursday from Maryland anymore. The forecast is changing, but still looks beautiful out there as you're cruising around with those wide open roadways. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. And Justin, Mark Jones is here. Justin was just talking about the heat. That may have an impact on your mass transit today, right, Mark?
Are you clairvoyant or something? I was just about to mention that. Yes, sir. It certainly will, especially out there on the MARC train system, on the Camden and Brunswick lines. CSX Transportation, in fact, has issued heat restrictions out there, speed restrictions related to the heat. The tracks expand when it's hot outside, and they want to make sure that the trains remain safe on those tracks, so they slow the trains up out there. So you can expect about a 10 to 15-minute delay as a result of that today on the Camden and Brunswick lines of MARC train. At present, train 505 on the 10 line and 10403 and 841 on the Camden line, all running about 5 minutes late. The other trains out there look good for travel. If your ride is on Light Rail Link, no delays or issues, looking good, in fact, in both directions of that service. And Metro Subway Link has a service disruption still in place between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. Shuttle buses remain in place providing service there on Metro Subway Link, so certainly allow time in your travels there. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
See, I knew you were going to say I'm Mark Jones. Pediatricians sounding the alarm over kidney stones. Shocking data showing children as the most recent victims.
A major grocery chain is closing one of its locations in Baltimore. Just ahead, how crime could be playing a role in that. You're watching Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Well, now to your health headlines this Tuesday morning. Pediatricians sounding the alarm as kidney stones are rapidly increasing among children.
From 1997 to 2012, kidney stones in children have doubled. That's according to a study by the Clinical Journal of the American Society of Nephrology. A report from NBC News says the demographic of those who suffer from kidney stones has changed over the last 3 decades. The National Institute of Diabetes and Digestive and Kidney Disease says a family history of kidney stones, as well as excess sodium and too many sugary and caffeinated drinks, could be to blame.
This morning we are starting in the 60s, but temperatures will be warming up to the 90s later today.
Our Weather Authority team of meteorologists is keeping you up to date as we track the possibility for storms later in the week.
There's growing calls to change Maryland's juvenile justice laws. Coming up next, we're hearing from one family who knows all too well what it feels like to have a loved one murdered by one of Baltimore's young people. You're watching Fox 45, Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. Coming up on 5:30, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and it's going to be a warm but not a bad day.
All right.
90s, and it's pleasant.
I'll take it. Yeah. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers filling in the details about the day.
Yeah, and that's the thing, guys. I mean, yesterday it was still, in the upper 80s, but it was less humid than we were last week, and that's going to be kind of the trend we'll see at least for the next couple of days. So we're going to heat up temperature-wise. Our Towson cam right now looking out over 695, not too bad at this time. And you can see our mild Tuesday morning, part of our weather story for the day. A sunny and mainly dry afternoon, and then we're heating back up, not only today, but for the rest of this week. So if you are out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours in your jogging cast, this is the time to get out and get that exercise in before the heat of the afternoon. Here's your snowball cast. We're looking at numbers in the lower 90s today, then mid 90s for both Wednesday and Thursday. And Thursday brings our next chance for seeing some showers and thunderstorms moving back into the area. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, let's take a look at what's happening on the roads this morning in our Lynn Stoller Traffic Network, taking a live look at the highways around the region. So far, no incidents or accidents That's your report. A little off color there. Maybe we can work on that, but so far you're so good as far as your movement.
Well, topping this half hour in a city in crisis, juveniles caught in the path of violence. This morning, police investigating two teens who were shot in separate shootings. First happened just around noon yesterday in southeast Baltimore. A 17-year-old was shot in his upper body and face. Police say he's in critical condition this morning and say it is a domestic-related incident. Second happening downtown, 15-year-old walking into a hospital with gunshot wound. He's expected to be okay.
As juvenile crime continues in this city, whether they're committing the crime or falling victim, we have live team coverage.
In just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will be joining us with why violence may be to blame for another store chain closing in the city.
But first, we begin with Olivia Dance. She is live outside City Hall with calls for change from the family of Nicaila Strouder. Olivia.
Well, Tom, Patrice, it's a call for change that this family has been fighting for almost a year, and that fight is ongoing. Fox 45 News spoke with Raynard Parks, who was Nicaila Strouder's cousin.
But what we know now is people understand the bill. It's more talked about. Kids understand. Trust me, kids have come to me. I work with kids. They know what happened. They understand that they can get access to a gun and not be held accountable.
Parks is referring to the new law, which was passed last year, aimed at providing services, not lengthy sentences, to juveniles who commit crimes. According to the new law, any child under the age of 13 years old may not be charged with most crimes, and any child that younger than 10 can't be charged with any crime. Police say 15-year-old Strouder was shot and killed by a 9-year-old boy on her front porch last year. The bill is supported by Senator Jill Carter. The bill passed the Senate but was held up in the House, ultimately failing before becoming the current law.
But what experts believe is, and I agree with this part, is that what should happen is there should be an assessment of the child and whatever interventions are needed so the child can appreciate the consequences of their actions, be held accountable.
We want the kid to be held responsible.
Now, a grand jury indicted the grandmother of the 9-year-old accused in Strouder's killing. The 54-year-old is charged with reckless endangerment and 2 counts of failing to secure a firearm with an unsupervised minor. Her trial will begin later this month. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Critics are taking issue with 2 laws specifically, one of them being the Juvenile Justice Reform Act. It prevents children 13 and under from being charged with most crimes. If a child commits an adult misdemeanor, the maximum sentence is 6 months probation. If a child commits an adult felony, the maximum penalty there is 1 year probation. Then there's the Child Interrogation Protection Act, which states that law enforcement cannot speak with any child unless they've spoken with an attorney. That requirement cannot be waived.
Because of the issue of ongoing violence, more and more businesses have been closing their doors throughout Baltimore City. In fact, just last month, Eddie's of Mount Vernon closed its stores. They blame chronic shoplifting and violence as the main reason. Shannon Lilly continues our live team coverage this morning as yet another grocery store prepares to close. Shannon.
Well, that grocery store that we're talking about, Tom, is Lidl. They are planning to close their Brooklyn Park location by the end of the week. Now, they have not officially said why they're closing that location, but insiders say theft is to blame. And it comes after, you'll remember, just last week, a spokeswoman for the Giant Foods admitted that supermarket chain is also considering closing stores all over the Baltimore area due to increased theft and violence.
It's to the point where some of the crime and aggression going on in some of these stores, they can't even get employees to come in because they don't feel safe. We do have one of the highest felony theft thresholds of all of the surrounding states. So Maryland really has become a target.
Kaylee Locklear there is president of the Maryland Retail Association, and she says it's not just petty thieves, but organized crime operations that are leaving supermarkets struggling. And Tom, we are certainly seeing the impact of that just in our area.
Well, Shannon, have we heard from any customers that regularly shop at the Lidl in Brooklyn Park?
We have, Tom, and in fact, they tell us that this is going to be a huge loss when that grocery store closes on Friday. But we've also heard from some people who shop there regularly, and they say thieves are regularly seen and often they are not even questioned. Take a listen.
You know, they put those cameras up over top of where you check out, and people just, you know, they just walk through where the registers are and just walk right by sometimes.
There's a lot of addicts around here, so with addicts comes boosting. You know, they go into the stores and they steal and then they sell it out here.
Now, again, the Lidl at that Brooklyn Park location opened just 3 years ago, and come this Friday, it will be closing its doors. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
36 is your time, and shoplifting having a huge impact on stores in Maryland and nationwide.
Maryland-based Giant Food is hiring security guards and is limiting the amount of items that you can bring through self-checkout at some locations just to combat the problem. In Chicago, Walgreens has only 2 aisles of touchable merchandise. Everything else is locked away. Customers have to order at a digital kiosk or on the app and then pick it up at the counter.
Well, in San Francisco, as you see here, the city's largest Whole Foods and Nordstrom and Old Navy's flagship store have all closed in part because of the shoplifting. And according to the National Retail Federation, retailers lost more than $94 billion to shoplifting just last year. That's up about $4 billion from 2020. Now, you can find more on how crime is impacting businesses here in Baltimore and across our nation on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
In just 2 days, a hearing will be held on the investigation behind the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting. Why the questions now being raised circle back to Baltimore's flagship gun violence prevention program.
Today, we have a warmer afternoon ahead. Temperatures reaching the 90s. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking how long this heat will stick around, and actually doesn't feel as hot as you'd think. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. .540 new data just out showing how small businesses in America are feeling about the economy.
Let's get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center with what it's revealing. Megan.
So, guys, this is the National Federation for Independent Businesses just out with its June optimism report. So let's check it out here. What it is showing is that small businesses are feeling a little better about the overall economy, but still not feeling good. 90.9 is an improvement from last month. But just to put things in perspective of what that means, 98 is the average over the last 49 years of record keeping and well below the high of 108 that we hit back in 2018. Taking you live now to Seattle here this morning, where we know Microsoft is announcing another round of layoffs on top of the 10,000 job cuts announced at the start of this year. A spokesperson for Microsoft wouldn't confirm, but the company filed a notice Monday saying that it plans to cut 276 positions, including 66 virtual jobs. For context, tracking site layoffs.fyi says tech companies have cut 216,000 positions in the first 6 months of this year. Just kind of painting a picture of what we're feeling here in the economy. That's actually down from our peak at the start of 2023, but already 31% higher than all of the tech jobs lost in 2022, obviously accounting for how we're feeling here in the economy and what our markets are seeing too. That's the latest from our live center. Patrice?
Big names join a lawsuit against Meta and OpenAI. Just ahead this morning, what they're accusing AI of doing without their permission.
Adley Rutschman making history last night. That and more on tonight's Major League Baseball All-Star Game. You can watch right here on Fox 45. That's all coming up. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition All Local all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Taking you live to Camden Yards this morning, kind of behind both of us here. Most Orioles are getting to rest up before their next game this Friday, but a special four get to step up to the plate at the Major League Baseball All-Star Game that you can watch right here on Fox 45 tonight.
That's right. Today, those four Orioles taking the field in Washington State for the MLB All-Star Game. This includes Adley Rutschman, Austin Hayes, Yiner Cano, and Felix Bautista. Now, those four mark the most amount of O's playing in the MLB game since 2016. You can watch the Midsummer Classic right here on Fox 45 tonight. First pitch just after 8 with coverage starting at 7. And stay with Fox 45 Morning News. We'll have live reports from Seattle at 9:15 on the game that's happening tonight.
All right, well, Adley Rutschman swings for the fences as a switch hitter in the 2023 Home Run Derby, and a familiar face was standing on the mound pitching to him, and that's his dad, Randy Rutschman. Rutschman went lefty in the first round against Louis Robert Jr. He knocked out his first 2, ended regulation strong with 21. And he went righty in bonus time, only missing once, finishing it with 27. Sadly, Robert Jr.'s was able to beat him out with 28 homers to advance.
He was a crowd favorite, though. As soon as he went after the bonus 30 seconds and he went to, hit righty, they went insane. And then he hit 7 of the 8 in those 30 seconds to take it out. And his dad, you could see he'd pitch. I don't know if you guys were watching. You could see the dad trying to get another ball, but he wanted to see if he could. Yeah.
And I heard they kept taking shots of his sister, too. She was apparently
she
a
was like doing
favorite.
this at the end. And that's
so
pretty
it's a Rutschman
cool.
family. But I mean, still, somebody had 41. That tied J-Rod's home runs. 41 homers, though, last night. That's incredible.
Crazy.
And didn't win.
Insane. And now we got the All-Star game tonight.
Right here on Fox.
That's right. Good stuff. And then after the All-Star break, we're right back at it. The Marlins are going to be in town coming up on Friday night as the O's get back at it in second place in the AL East. Now, Tom, 2 will be taking the plate because the pitchers aren't going to be hitting tonight.
Yes, that's true. Yeah.
So, but I understand what you meant. There's 4 O's.
They may have them step up. You never know.
You never know.
It's
You're right.
All-Star.
It's the All-Star game.
It could happen.
It's an exhibition game.
I mean, you got Adley Rutschman batting lefty, righty. Anything's possible.
Anything's possible.
He may take them out.
How about Batista? What is he, like 6'8", 260? I mean, just crushing one out? That'd be fun. Anyway, all right. We all love the O's. We're very excited about the O's in the All-Star game. And look, this is one of the best records we've had the All-Star break in years. So we are looking good. Orioles magic. I'm feeling it. I hope you are as well. Hope you're feeling good, too. 68 your current temperature right now. No wind to speak of. And that dew point at 62 degrees. Just did my little walk around the building outside, the Superman walk. And, yeah, it's feeling good. And this is what we're talking about with our dew point trend. Notice almost in the comfortable category. Yes, we're still going to be in the low to mid-90s for our highs each afternoon the next couple of days, but the dew point temperatures are down, which means it's not as muggy as we will be later this week. 68 on Thursday, then lower 70s into Friday and Saturday. Definitely more moisture moving in and more of that summer sticky feel. 69 here next hour in your Rise and Shine cast, and low to mid 70s as you get up with us and enjoy some breakfast and coffee on your Tuesday. Golfers hitting the links today on our forecast. 77 by 9 a.m., upper 80s by noontime, and into the lower 90s for that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. So make sure to stay hydrated and probably want to get those sprinklers back on here as we do stay mainly dry this week and drying out from all of the rain we had over the weekend. Upper 80s and lower 90s across central Maryland for Elkton and Chestertown, down through the eastern shore into Stevensville. East End at 89 today, 88 in Annapolis with upper 80s and lower 90s for Columbia up into Baltimore City. 92 in D.C. today and 89 in Philly. Heading down the ocean, looking at 81 for Ocean City. You know, pretty good conditions here at the beaches over the next couple of days with low to mid 80s. So if you are heading down the ocean, that water temperature almost 80 degrees with 78 the temperature that we're looking at. Here's our future scan. Tuesday afternoon, nice and dry. Few clouds here and there. That's about it. And Wednesday is going to be more of the same, but that big H right there, that's that ridge of high pressure that's settling in, helping to dry us out and continuing to keep us on the hotter side of things. Now, Thursday, that's when we'll get back into more of that moisture streaming up from the south ahead of our next weather maker. That's going to be a cold front coming in from the west and will bring us a chance for some showers and storms starting Thursday afternoon and evening. 55 days out until Labor Day. Speaking of sports, the Ravens home opener in just 61 days. We're inside of 9 weeks on that, and now 112 days until Barry Bones is right there. That's Halloween. It's a Tuesday, guys, so I don't know, 10 or 12 or 15 Tuesdays or something like that. Math is hard sometimes. All right, low to mid-90s here in your 7-day forecast. We'll keep those 90s going all the way through the weekend and into early next week. Tom?
Justin, 5:50 right now, and look at this. Talk about an Orioles skyline in your Len Stoller Traffic Network. We have a live shot for you in the White Marsh area. This is cruising along 95, and you can see the orange on the horizon. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones from the MTA. Good Tuesday morning, Mark.
Well, good Tuesday morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find 10 train 511 operating with about a 5-minute delay. The other trains and lines of MARC look good for travel at present, but later today, when the heat increases, you'll find CSX-related heat restrictions, speed restrictions on the Camden and Brunswick lines of MARC trains, so certainly allow time for travel out there on both of those lines as you commute. If your ride is on light rail link, on-time service is what you'll find in both directions at present. You'll find Metro Subway link, though, with a service disruption between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. Shuttle buses remain in place, providing service there. Allow time for travel out there on Metro Subway link. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Could artificial intelligence replace your job? I'm Atrell Najjar with how experts in tech and government are balancing the risks and rewards of this rapidly developing technology.
Investigators continue to piece together the who and the why behind the Brooklyn Homes community mass shooting. Still to come, the latest developments involving a 17-year-old being held without bail. 5:51, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.54 and in your consumer news, users may be spending less time on ChatGPT. A report suggests that data from similar web-found traffic for OpenAI's public version of the chatbot dropped by more than 9% in June, which is said to be the first time ChatGPT saw a decline in its user base. And data also found that other chatbots, such as Google Bard and Microsoft Bing, also experiencing a decrease in usership in recent months.
Comedian Sarah Silverman and two authors are suing Meta Platforms and OpenAI for copyright infringement. They accuse Meta and OpenAI of using copyrighted material from their books without permission to train their chatbots, which are trained to mimic human conversation. Neither company has publicly responded. The lawsuits seek unspecified monetary damages for a class of people who say they were also infringed.
Well, several hospitals across our country have already started testing Google's medical AI chatbot. According to the Wall Street Journal, the company anticipates the tech will offer better medical voice because of its been fed medical licensing exams. Testing of the bot at hospitals, including the Mayo Clinic, has been underway since April.
Take a live look at the Capitol here, where for the very first time, the full Senate will get a classified briefing today on the effects of artificial intelligence on national security. This comes as Washington is rushing to understand how the technology can impact everyday life. National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar reports on one of the most pressing concerns, what AI will mean for jobs.
If you turn on the radio in Portland, Oregon, and you hear this voice,
it's AI Ashley calling our first Taylor Swift winner.
You're getting a sample of how artificial intelligence is starting to alter and augment a real person's job. In this case, it's live 95.5 DJ Ashley Z.
Let's see how close the AI sounds to me.
Getting help from AI Ashley as the real Ashley juggles shows in different cities.
I'm all over the place. So if I can't get to my home studio, this can step in.
Welcome help in this case, but often the idea of AI in the workplace triggers anxiety. So far this year, 3,907 jobs have been cut because of AI, according to a report by outplacement firm Challenger Gray and Christmas. Google and Alphabet CEO Sundar Pichai says at some point, every workplace will be impacted.
This is going to impact every product across every company.
Goldman Sachs research predicts that over the span of a decade, AI could drive a 7% increase in global GDP, equating to almost $7 trillion. But it's not without great disruption. Goldman's economists estimate about 2/3 of U.S. jobs are exposed to some level of AI automation. There's bipartisan appetite here on Capitol Hill to regulate AI, but there's debate about the speed at which they should move. If lawmakers put down limits too quickly, that could stifle innovation. But if they move too slowly, as many believe was the case with social media, it could allow for some real harms to occur. Here's what the White House told me about how they see it.
In the case of AI, that process has to move at a pace that can keep up with this technology.
Another area where society may be falling behind is in mentally preparing for the ways AI could transform roles at work. In a New York Times op-ed Monday, former Obama Treasury official Stephen Ratner writes, "We did a lousy job of preparing Americans for the transition from a manufacturing economy to one dominated by services. We have to do a better job this time." In Washington, I'm Atra Al-Nashar reporting.
We are continuing to follow that mass shooting in Baltimore's Brooklyn community. Just ahead, what we are learning about the teen behind bars and the many unanswered questions still left in this case.
And it's been just over a week since that mass shooting. Coming up next, we're looking into the questions and concerns about how city agencies handled it.
Well, the sun is now up on your Tuesday morning. We're tracking the heat that will build starting today. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, July 11th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. 7-11 today, and it looks like we are going to have a great day to head out and maybe have an ice-cold beverage.
And then go back home and get on your computer for Amazon Prime Day.
Oh.
Well, we've got meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the forecast.
I hope I don't hit 7 and 11. You don't want to roll that in craps, right? unless it's on the first roll.
The man from Vegas.
That's right. Just saying. And also, nobody hit that lotto thing. I saw it. It's like 700 and something million. So it's a lot of stuff you can do today. Enjoy the sunshine that is up there right now. The Orioles orange sunrise here on your Tuesday morning from our downtown Baltimore shot right there. Looking pretty good, and our temperatures are not too bad. A lot of us in the mid to upper 60s for Cockeysville and Towson, straight down the JFX to Baltimore City at 67. 68 your temp in Dundalk and Woodlawn. So a mild Tuesday morning, sunny and dry for the afternoon. Now, we are going to be heating back up starting today and throughout this upcoming week. But overall, Mr. Bo says we're good to go. I don't know about you, but had the windows down this morning, and maybe you can do that on your way to work as you're out and about here on your Tuesday. Back with your full forecast. You will need that AC later today. We'll talk more about that coming up in a few. How are we looking on the roads right now, Tom?
Not bad at all. Taking a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network, and look at some of this sunrise shots on the bottom there. 895 Potee and Browning highways there, kind of lit up like orange, like the Orioles for the Major League Baseball All-Star game happening tonight right here on Fox 45. So as you see, everyone's heading out. They'll be heading back tonight after they pick up their Slurpees. This morning, we are continuing our coverage when it comes to a city in crisis. Fox 45 News demanding answers about the investigation into the mass shooting that happened at Brooklyn Homes.
More than a week after 2 people were killed and 28 others hurt, investigators have yet to charge anyone with the actual shooting.
This morning, we have live team coverage on the Brooklyn Homes community mass shooting. Coming up in just a few minutes, Shan Lilly will be joining us as Fox 45 News continues to press the mayor for answers, including whether he still has faith in acting commissioner Richard Worley.
But first, we begin with Olivia Dance. She's at City Hall this morning with more on the lingering questions about safe streets. Olivia.
Yeah, Tom, Patrice, on Thursday, the police department and the mayor's office of neighborhood safety and engagement, also known as MONSE, will face counsel to try and figure out why more wasn't done to prevent Brooklyn's mass shooting. That hearing happening right here at City Hall. Now, Fox 45 News has learned that 4 Safe Streets workers mediated several conflicts earlier in the day between people with guns at the Brooklyn Day block party, but they left before 30 people were shot, 2 of them losing their lives. Councilman Mark Conway, chair of the city's Public Safety Committee, says he is expecting answers to several questions.
Why was there no police presence on the scene? Why did we not know about the event in advance? Who knew about the event in advance?
The questions now being raised circle back to the uncertainty of an agency Fox 45 News has been investigating for years. MONSE oversees the implementation of Safe Streets, which is Baltimore's flagship gun violence prevention program. The interim director of MONSE making it clear last week that the policies for Safe Streets workers telling someone about a potential threat aren't in place, but we were told those policies are now under review. But after multiple emails last week asking about the policy, it's unclear when or if any changes will be made. Tom, Patrice, back to you.
Olivia, we know the city continues to channel large amounts of money to MONSE. Just last week, just under $4 million to run the Cherry Hill and Penn North Safe Street sites. So what are experts saying about accountability when it comes to the money given to this agency?
Well, Tom, they have concerns. In fact, we spoke with taxpayer watchdog David Williams, who says the response to the Brooklyn mass shooting highlights the need for more transparency and accountability. Take a listen to what he said.
You can't call something your flagship program and then have this mass shooting. You can't be an entity that's receiving tens of millions of dollars in taxpayer dollars and not be accountable for that.
And despite the city being slow when it comes to public records requests, Fox 45 News, of course, will continue to demand answers about accountability and transparency. Reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Just last month, we asked MONSE about this organizational chart, now showing Mavronis, you see up at the top, after Shantae Jackson left June 30th. We asked, what are the qualifications each employee has to justify holding their respective role? What is their previous employment? Will you allow Fox 45 News to interview any or all MONSE employees to learn more about their work? Has anyone on this chart been convicted of misdemeanors or felonies? Still no answers to those questions from 3 weeks ago.
In May, we sent 5 records requests, including quarterly reports from organizations getting taxpayer-funded grants, a list of all grants approved and awarded through MONSE since December of 2020, and former MONSE director Shantae Jackson's direct expenditures. We only got a response after sending a demand letter. We still have not received the actual records.
Well, this morning, the 17-year-old facing gun charges in connection with last Sunday's mass shooting remains in jail after a judge denies him bail.
Shannon Lilly joins us live with our push for the latest in the investigation and a hearing that is scheduled later this week. Shannon.
Yeah, that hearing that you mentioned, Patrice, is set for Thursday, and it's going to be a Baltimore City public safety hearing. It's going to be held to talk about this mass shooting, the events that led up to it, and also communications amongst city agencies like the Baltimore Police Department, where we know there are still a mound of questions in this mass shooting, and we are still pushing leaders for those answers.
Why isn't this investigation further along?
So this investigation is pretty far along, but as we do with any case, especially a homicide or mass shooting, our detectives working with our local, state, and federal partners on this will continue to go through every single thing, and we'll be making charges as we track down every lead.
Now, more than a week has passed since the Brooklyn Day mass shooting, and so far investigators have yet to charge anyone with the actual shooting. One of the only leads released to the public thus far involved a teen captured in a social media post taking a gun out of a backpack at the block party. Acting Commissioner Rich Worley announcing his arrest days later on gun charges, that teen's attorney claiming he's done nothing, the state has said. Meanwhile, major questions also remain about the department's response and the event itself. In fact, dispatch audio from about an hour and a half before the mass shooting took place seemingly indicated police were aware of the growing crowd.
It's a big crowd. 10th form right here. Any other units?
Now, Acting Commissioner Rich Worley later revealed that the department was not aware that Brooklyn Day was being held. This was an annual event that's unpermitted, he said, at least this year. But despite all of this, the mayor says his confidence in Worley has not been swayed. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, we want to know what you think. Do you trust the city council to ask the tough questions about the mass shooting? So far, 98% of those who have voted say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
A major grocery store closing one of its locations in Baltimore City. How crime plays a role in their decision to shut down.
And Wallet Hub is revealing the most stressed city in the country, where Baltimore ranks on that list.
Just relax. Nothing to stress out about here. We got some nice weather, temperatures heating up, low humidity. Come on, let's bring it all in.
6:10 now. Severe weather continues to impact several states in the Northeast. Many residents trying to clean up are still bracing for more rain.
Megan Gillen is in our live center now with some incredible new images just coming into our newsroom. Megan.
Unbelievable stuff here, guys. I want to show you this. We're going to make it full screen so you can get the full effect here. This is coming from Vermont State Police here. Fast moving waters there just washing out the roads. Look at that. Just incredible to see how fast they were sweeping through. There were residents trapped in their homes in that area, clearly disrupting travel. Thankfully, no reports of injuries or deaths and all of that, but we are getting word of swift water rescue teams doing more than 50 rescues, mainly in the southern and central areas of that state. Rainfall in certain parts of Vermont, guys, exceeded 8 inches yesterday, and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers saying late last night that they were expecting 2 dams to release water, causing severe flooding downstream, likely to impact multiple towns here today. Taking a live look at the radar here this morning as New England is bracing yet again for more rain today. Forecasters predicting any drying out will not happen until midweek, and by then federal forecasters will be trying to determine whether another front is headed for New England. They're just getting slammed. Officials say the storm has already brought tens of millions of dollars in damage. The president already approving the state's emergency declaration in Vermont. Meantime, guys, we've got cleanup efforts underway right now in parts of New York. They saw some deadly flooding there. In fact, about 50 people had to be evacuated from their homes, and that was in Ontario County there. And we know it's not over yet. In fact, today, the National Weather Service issuing flash flood warnings and advisories for much of Vermont, from the Massachusetts line all the way north to the Canadian border there. As we take a look at the map here, this is what Justin's been talking about. All that green, that's the system there. But as we zoom in on Maryland, it looks like we might escape this one. Let's go ahead and bring in the expert meteorologist, Justin Chambers, who's been tracking that. But my goodness, Justin, that's quite a system they've got brewing up there.
It sure is. And you were just talking about that. I was just looking at it myself. I mean, the entire states essentially of Vermont and New Hampshire under flood watches there, with those flash flood warnings continuing. It's all because of a large area of low pressure. Let me pull up that map there. You can see that big L right there. That's just sitting and spinning and bringing all of that rain from Montreal back through Burlington, Vermont, again, all the way up into Quebec as well. Now, when you pull out a little bit farther, you can actually see that cold front that brought us the rain this past weekend is now well to the east of us. We've got that big ridge of high pressure that's settling in over parts of the mountains to the south and to the west of us. That's going to be moving in today and keeping us dry. But there's that cold front that Megan was talking about that forecasters are looking at. That's the next one moving through the Great Lakes region that will bring more rain to the area in the next couple of days. Meanwhile, beautiful shot here from our downtown Baltimore camera. Plenty of sunshine right now. And if you're out for a run or a jog in the next few hours, low to mid 70s. Nothing to get in your way. Temperatures are going to heat up this afternoon, so if you want to get outside, now is the time to do that. Back with your full forecast. We'll track our next weather maker here in just a few.
The family members of Nicaila Schroeder are demanding accountability for criminals of all ages. The calls for change the family has been fighting for since she was killed at the hands of a 9-year-old last year.
Small business owners are expressing optimism about the future of the economy. Still ahead this morning, we're going to take a look at the numbers and how they've improved from last month. 6:13, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 6:16 this morning, new data shows just how much sports betting is making in Maryland.
Now, in June, the state brought in nearly $3 million in sports betting revenue, with mobile betting accounting for 95% of it. Across the state, more than $250 million were wagered.
A nationwide survey found Baltimore is the third most stressed city in the country, according to Wallet Hub, based on metrics like financial stress, family stress, and concerns over health and safety. Baltimore finished behind only Cleveland, Ohio, and Detroit, Michigan. Baltimore was in the top 10 in financial stress, work stress, and family stress categories.
More renovations coming to the Henrietta Lacks Educational Park in East Baltimore.
Some may know the area as Ambrose Kennedy Pool. Mayor Brandon Scott joined other city leaders to reveal that the city will be building a pool at the park. The pool will add to recent changes, including an updated basketball court, bathroom, and walkways.
In some way, somehow, someone thought it was okay to put a metal fence in the middle of a pool. And we know that those people would only do that in East Baltimore or West Baltimore. Those days are gone. This neighborhood deserves a high-quality pool like the one you're going to get, and we're sure as hell not going to put a metal fence in the middle of it.
The renovation is part of work to revitalize the Johnston Square neighborhood and recreational centers around Baltimore.
6:17 is the time on this Tuesday morning. We need to find out exactly what it's going to be like as the kids are heading to camp.
Heading to camp and heading to get the Slurpees for 7-Eleven Day.
Marco.
Polo.
Marco.
You're going to be in the pool, huh? I just heard somebody yell polo.
Yeah, we heard
there.
some polos. There we go. Yeah, that's. I was trying to go. We did the pool story, so I have my splash cast, which is what we're going to talk about. Yeah. Maybe you're doing camping pool. Do they do pools at the day camps?
My son is a lifeguard. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, so there you go. So that's important to know on our splash cast. Also important to know the UV index in that very high category, that high sun angle. It doesn't take more than about 5 to 10 to 15 minutes to where you can actually get that burn going. So you make sure that the kids are all lathered up and ready to go. Already 80 by 10 a.m. on your splash cast and lower 90s into that 2, 3, and 4 o'clock hour. But a good day to be by the pool. Look at that sun that is shining bright this morning from our Towson camera. Already at 67 degrees and 62 is your dew point. I'm liking those numbers because those dew point numbers trending in the lower 60s here for the next couple of days. So even though we are going to be hotter, less humid is what is going to be on the menu for the next few days. Now, 68 is your dew point temp Thursday. Going to start to feel more of that mugginess and back into those lower 70s for dew points. What is what we're going to see as we head toward the weekend. Ellicott City, good morning to you. 74 by 8 a.m. We'll see those numbers for you climb to those mid to upper 80s as we take you through the noon hour. If you're hanging out downtown, having some summertime lunch outside, and 92 in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. So definitely going to be hotter today. Now, pilots overall, great afternoon. VFR conditions. We're looking for visual flight rules this morning or afternoon. If you want to get up there and fly those friendly skies, make sure to wave hi to me if you see me up there today. Upper 80s and lower 90s across the Hereford zone into Reisterstown, Perry Hall, and White Marsh at 89 for today. Numbers in Hartford and Cecil counties in those mid to upper 80s as well for Bel Air and Aberdeen, up into Perryman. 88 in Elkton for you in Cecil County for this afternoon. Maybe a great day to throw some stuff on the grill. Getting a little warm later today in that 4, 5, 6 o'clock hour. Still hanging on to some 90s, but sliding back into the 80s for that 7 to 8 o'clock hour. Dinner outside, why not? All right, here's a look at our future scan. Dry. Today and tomorrow, you see that big H. That's our friend, that big ridge of high pressure keeping us dry, and that's what's going to be around for the next few days, but will allow our temperatures to really heat up. We'll tap back into more of that moisture from the south on Thursday as another weather maker starts to make its way, and that's going to be a cold front from the west. You'll see more of that moisture and feel that as we get into Thursday afternoon and evening, and a better chance of a few pop-up storms. I just love this picture from Milt M., the very patriotic Sophie the dog right there, looking good, still having all of the good 4th of July festivities looking there as well. So, Milt, thank you for sending that picture in. Hey, I'd love to get your pet pics too. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. Show me how your pets are enjoying the summer heat, or maybe not. Maybe they're staying inside and not having to deal with all that. We got mid-90s tomorrow and Thursday. We're back to the lower 90s as we approach the weekend. And again, we do bring that better chance of pop-up thunderstorms starting Thursday and basically each afternoon through the weekend. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lens Stoller traffic network. And we do have an issue to report. 695's inner loop, 2 vehicles involved. One on the shoulders. One of the shoulders closed. One traffic lane is closed. There's also, that's on the right-hand side. On the left-hand side, 95 South near Savage, Maryland. There's a vehicle fire causing some major backups now. Make sure you give yourself some extra time if you're heading south on 95. Also, there is on 70 eastbound right near West Friendship. There's no cameras showing anything. It's not causing much of a delay. It just says one vehicle involved. No lane data available right now. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones in the MTA. And Mark, the big question is the subway system since Friday. Is that getting any closer to being repaired, I should say?
Yeah, they're working feverishly to get service back up and running there on Metro Subway Link. No word yet on when service will be restored totally, but right now we're still dealing with that service disruption between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. Shuttle buses remain in place providing service there, so allow time for travel on Metro Subway Link. Light rail link right on time in both directions. No delays or issues. MARC train showing Penn train 511 and Camden 845 operating with 5-minute delays. But later today, you will take about 10 to 15-minute delays on the Camden and Brunswick lines due to CSX heat-related speed restrictions, so allow extra time for travel out there on the Camden and Brunswick lines. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. This summer, Sinclair is partnering with the National Diaper Bank for Sinclair Cares Summer Diaper Drive. You can scan the QR code to help local diaper banks provide diapers to children and families in need. Donate today for a healthier future for our little ones. And if your family is struggling with basic needs for your baby, you can find help by going to sinclaircares.com. Powerball jackpot is still looking for its winner. How much the jackpot has grown this morning.
With summer underway, now is the time to start saying goodbye to the weeds in your garden. After the break, simple things you can do to achieve the perfect garden. 6:23, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. .26. Now that we're in the heat of summer, many of us are trying to keep up with our growing grasses, plants, and weeds.
Stinking weeds. Consumer Reports lawn and garden experts share some tips and tools to help set you up for a lovely landscape this season and beyond. Whether you need to cut it, trim it, mow it, or water it, the testers at Consumer Reports logged hours and acres every year evaluating lawn and garden products to help you pick the best for your yard, starting with lawnmowers.
It's easy to get distracted by the features that some of these units come with, but if you've got a quarter acre or less, the basic unit will cut your lawn and keep it looking great throughout the summer.
Go green and get a mower with top scores for even cutting, mulching, and handling with this electric battery-powered skill. But grass isn't the only thing growing between you and your perfectly landscaped yard. A good string trimmer can help keep weeds at bay and tidy up your outdoor space. Consumer Reports checks to see how well a string trimmer can handle tall grasses and weeds and how quickly and neatly each one can trim along a walkway. Its latest tests reveal electric battery-powered models are trimmers to beat.
The great thing about these battery platforms is that most manufacturers are offering a variety of products that work with the same battery.
The Ego string trimmer earns top scores across the board, and you can use the same battery and charger for Ego's electric hedge trimmers. But they can overheat quickly, meaning you will need to stop and let them cool off from time to time in extreme heat. Finally, to keep your lawn and plants hydrated, consider a smart hose timer.
Smart hose timers are basically just timers you can control on your phone. It helps with making sure that you're not overwatering your plants.
This Divo Smart Sprinkler is an affordable option that works well with Amazon Alexa and Google Home. Now all you have to do is remember to sit back and enjoy your yard this summer.
A chainsaw can also come in handy when cleaning up fallen branches and limbs after summer storms. Consumer Reports recommends the chainsaw in Ego's electric lawn tool lineup.
A major grocery chain is closing one of its locations come the end of this week. Just ahead, why crime could be playing a major role in that decision.
There are growing calls to change Maryland's juvenile justice laws. Coming up next, we're hearing from one family who knows all too well what it feels like to have a loved one murdered by one of Baltimore's young people. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 6:31 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Want to poke a bear this morning? Hey,
Why
Justin,
not?
how's the 7-Eleven coming along near your house?
This is why Baltimore's the most stressed out city. I'm so stressed. Oh, God. Why has it not opened yet?
Right.
Today's 7-Eleven.
There are plenty in the area, though.
I agree, Patrice, but like back in May, I was like, oh, that'd be funny if it opens on 7-Eleven. I'm sure it'll be open before then. It's still there. Still hasn't opened. White Marsh. White Marsh, the one on White Marsh Boulevard, White Marsh Road, 43. All right, good morning, everybody. I'm not stressed. I got my coffee. I'm good. I'm happy. It's Hump Day Eve as we look outside right now. The sun is shining bright, feeling nice this morning. Overall, our temperatures are not too bad. You can always catch those on the right side of your screen. Look at that, 58 in Cumberland right now, 67 in Baltimore City, 70 in Salisbury. If you're heading down the ocean this morning, not bad at all. In fact, our morning drive, Mr. Bo says we're good to go with low to mid 70s, maybe the windows down on your drive to work this morning. And your snowball cast, lower 90s today and mid 90s Wednesday and Thursday. So whether you like them with custard or not, or egg yolk or whatever this stuff is, I don't know. I can't remember. Either way, however you like your snowballs, enjoy them today. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes. Back to you.
Thank you, Justin. 6:32, topping this half hour in a city in crisis. The juveniles caught in the path of violence.
This morning, police are investigating 2 teens shot in 2 separate shootings. The first happened just after 12 p.m. yesterday in southeast Baltimore. A 17-year-old shot in the upper body and face. Police say he is in critical condition. Officers believe that it was a domestic-related incident. The second happened downtown. A 15-year-old walked into a hospital with a gunshot wound. He is expected to be okay. As juvenile crime continues in the city, whether they're committing the crime or falling victim, we have live team coverage.
In just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will be joining us with why violence may be to blame for another store closing in Baltimore.
But first, we begin with Olivia Dance. She is live outside City Hall with the calls for change from the family of Nicaila Strouder. Olivia.
Well, Tom, Patrice, it's a call for change. This family has been fighting for almost a year, and that fight is still ongoing. Fox 45 News spoke with Raynard Parks, who was Nicaila Strouder's cousin. Take a listen.
But what we know now is people understand the bill. It's more talked about. Kids understand. Trust me, kids have come to me. I work with kids. They know what happened. They understand that they can get access to a gun and not be held accountable.
Parks is referring to the new law, which was passed last year, aimed at providing services, not lengthy sentences, to juveniles who commit crimes. According to the new law, any child under the age of 13 years old may not be charged with most crimes, and any child younger than 10 can't be charged with any crime. Police say 15-year-old Strouder was shot and killed by a 9-year-old boy on her front porch last year. The bill is supported by Senator Jill Carter. The bill passed the Senate but was held up in the House, ultimately failing before becoming the current law.
But what experts believe, is, and I agree with this part, is that what should happen is there should be an assessment of the child and whatever interventions are needed so the child can appreciate the consequences of their actions, be held accountable.
We want the kid to be held responsible.
And a grand jury indicted the grandmother of the 9-year-old accused in Strouder's killing. The 54-year-old is charged with reckless endangerment and 2 counts of failing to secure a firearm with an unsupervised minor. Her trial will begin later this month. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Critics are taking issue with 2 laws specifically, one of them being the Juvenile Justice Reform Act. It prevents children 13 and under from being charged with most crimes. If a child commits an adult misdemeanor, the maximum sentence is 6 months probation. If a child commits an adult felony, the maximum penalty is 1 year probation. Then there's the Child Interrogation Protection Act, which states that law enforcement cannot speak with any child until they've spoken with an attorney. That requirement cannot be waived.
Well, because of the issue of ongoing violence, more and more businesses have been closing their doors throughout Baltimore City. Just last month, Eddie's of Mount Vernon closed its doors. They blame chronic shoplifting and the violence with it as the main reason. Shannon Lilly continues our live team coverage this morning as yet another grocery store prepares to close. Shannon?
That grocery store we're talking about, Tom, is Lidl. They are planning to close their location in the Brooklyn Park area, and they have not yet said why they're doing that, but insiders say it has a lot to do with theft, and they're going to be closing by the end of this week. You'll remember that this all comes after the Giant Foods announced that they are considering closing stores around the Baltimore area due to violence and theft in these areas as well.
It's to the point where some of the crime and aggression going on in some of these stores, they can't even get employees to come in because they don't feel safe. We do have one of the highest felony theft thresholds of all of the surrounding states. So Maryland really has become a target.
Kaylee Locklear there is president of the Maryland Retail Association, and she says it's not just petty thieves, but organized crime operations that are leaving supermarkets struggling. And we are certainly, Tom and Patrice, seeing the impact of that in our area.
Shannon, have we heard from any customers who regularly shop at the Lidl in Brooklyn Park?
We have, Tom. In fact, we spoke with some of them there who say this is going to be a huge loss when that store closes on Friday. But we've also talked with some, Tom, who say they see regularly thieves doing that in these stores, and oftentimes questions are not even asked. Take a listen.
You know, they put those cameras up over top of where you check out, and people just, you know, they just walk through where the registers are and just walk right by sometimes.
There's a lot of addicts around here, so with addicts comes boosting. You know, they go into the stores and they steal, and then they sell it out here.
So as you just heard there, potentially an ongoing issue. We know that this store opened just 3 years ago, and again, they are set to close come this Friday. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. The interim Monzi director will be in the hot seat this week. Still ahead this morning, the major questions they will be asked as more details emerge about how the city was left so unprepared following a mass shooting.
Temperatures are starting in the 60s this morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will let us know how hot we'll get later today. 6:38 now. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
A recent lakeside view from Montana's Tobacco Root Mountains. Still snow and ice there. This cool floating island reportedly more than a foot thick. Meanwhile, in Eufaula, Alabama, a lovely crisp blue sky, fluffy clouds, lush greenery around the lake, and an alligator in the foreground. Well, it looks like that swim will have to wait.
Want to see your weather photos and videos on TV? Click Chime In on this station's website to share.
Well, new data just out shows how small businesses in America are feeling about the economy.
Let's get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center with what it's revealing. Megan.
Guys, this is the National Federation for Independent Businesses. It is just out with its June optimism report, and let's go ahead and take a look at what it shows. It says that small businesses are feeling a little bit better about the overall economy, but still not feeling good. 90.9. That's actually an improvement from last month. But guys, just to put things in perspective, 98 is the average over the last 49 years of record keeping, and well below the high of 108 that we hit back in 2018. I want to take you live now to Seattle. Other big economic news here today, where Microsoft, they're announcing another round of layoffs on top of the 10,000 job cuts announced at the start of the year. A spokesperson for Microsoft wouldn't confirm, but the company filed a notice Monday saying it plans to cut 276 positions, including 66 virtual jobs. Now, just for context, tracking site layoffs.fyi says tech companies have cut 216,000 positions in the first 6 months of this year. That is actually down from our peak at the start of 2023. Some good news there, but already 31% higher than all the tech jobs lost in 2022. A look at the stock market now, trending mostly up. The Dow, S&P, and NASDAQ closing up at the close of yesterday. Trending up, that is. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center as that opening bell rings here later this morning. That's the latest in your economic news. Patrice?
The Anne Arundel County Council is tackling the lack of affordable housing and overcrowding in public schools. Still ahead in our 7 o'clock hour, we'll be speaking with the Anne Arundel County executive about a recently passed bill that focuses on that issue.
In Brooklyn neighborhood still grieving over that mass shooting that happened more than a week ago. Still ahead this morning, while there's still unanswered questions about the possible suspects involved in the shooting. 6:43 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
6:46 now. Fox 45 News has been looking into how city agencies responded to the Brooklyn Day block party where 30 people were shot. Concerns about safe streets continues as the agency knew about danger at the block party but didn't relay that information to police. Olivia Dance joining us now with more on that and the questions still about how Safe Streets operates. Olivia?
Well, Patrice, on Thursday, the police department and the mayor's office of neighborhood safety and engagement, also known as MONSE, will face counsel to try and get answers as to why more wasn't done to prevent Brooklyn's mass shooting. That hearing happening right here at City Hall. Now, Fox 45 News has learned that 4 Safe Streets workers mediated several conflicts earlier in the day between people with guns at the Brooklyn Day block party, but they left before 30 people were shot, 2 of them losing their lives. Councilman Mark Conway, chair of the city's Public Safety Committee, says he's expecting answers to several questions, including why were no police on scene and why they didn't know about the event in advance. The interim director of MONSE making it clear last week that the policies for Safe Streets workers telling someone about a potential threat aren't in place, but we were told those policies are now under review. Coming up in about 15 minutes, we're looking into when those policy changes could actually be made. Tom, Patrice, back to you.
Thank you, Olivia. More than a week has passed since the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. So far, investigators have yet to charge anyone with the actual shooting.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live with what we're learning about a teen that is behind bars in the case and what's next in that investigation. Shannon.
Well, that 17-year-old Patrice and Tom remains in jail this morning. He was denied a bond. That's after he faces gun charges. He was actually caught on camera pulling a gun out of a backpack during that block party. However, his attorney says he's done nothing that the state is claiming he has done. In the meantime, though, questions continue to swirl over a potential breakdown in communication among city agencies, including the Baltimore Police Department. And what they knew leading up to the shooting. But stay with us because in 15 minutes, we're going to hear what the Baltimore Police Department did actually know about an hour and a half before shots erupted. Now back to you.
All right, at 6:48, we need to get another check of our forecast for the day.
We have meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us, and you're excited. I mean, great weather today. You got it easy today.
Yeah,
right?
National Mojito Day, too. Along with 7-Eleven Day. I don't know if they have mojito Slurpees, but
that'd be nice.
That would be nice for the adults in the room. But looking outside right now, I love those straws too. You know, that little spoon, the Slurpee straw. Yeah,
I haven't had a Slurpee in years, so
yeah, you got to get
today
one.
Might be the day.
Come on, let's do it. Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam with that sun that is shining nicely here this morning. Our temperatures are not too bad right now. Officially at BWI, we're at 67. Dew point 62 degrees. Now remember, last week every morning we had those dew points in the 70s. We had that thick air, that mugginess that we had out there. Overall today, our dew point temps are trending in the 50s and 60s, so not as humid, even though our air temperatures are going to heat up. You're still getting your sweat on. There's no doubt about that. Low to mid and upper 70s as you rise and shine with us over the next couple of hours, grabbing that cup of joe, enjoying breakfast with us here on your Tuesday. Sun will be up until 8:34 tonight, slowly but surely getting those daylight hours shrinking just a little bit. And hanging out the avenue there in White Marsh, right about 80 through 10 a.m. Numbers into the 2 and 3 o'clock hour. We'll see those lower 90s for you. And if you're thinking Taco Tuesday this afternoon, we'll still be hanging out in the 90s by about 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon on your day planner. High temperatures today. Some of us above average. 89 is typically where we are for early July, or now we're getting closer to mid-July, I guess. Mid to upper 80s and lower 90s for Baltimore City up into Cockeysville, Bel Air at 88. 88 your number in Annapolis and over to Stevensville, with lower 90s for Baltimore down through D.C. 86 in Cumberland and lower 80s down the ocean in Ocean City today. Now, here's the thing, guys. My neighbor hasn't mowed his yard yet, so if I can get home in time today, this morning, and get the yard cut, I will win, and I'll have the lower lawn while he'll have the higher lawn. But I don't know. He could mess with me and do it right now while I'm at work, and either way. It's a battle constantly with Creed. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, we got green lights across the board, staying mainly dry on your mowcast if you want to get the grass cut today. Our future scan looking pretty good today and tomorrow. Nothing to get in our way. Next weather maker not really rolling in until we get into Thursday. That's when we'll get back into more of that kind of muggy and stormy type atmosphere. And you can see that here on our 7-day forecast. Temps heating up, mid-90s tomorrow and Thursday. Our numbers slide back to the lower 90s as we approach the weekend. But again, a better chance of some storms late Thursday. Couple of pop-up storms as we head into the weekend as well, with highs in the lower 90s.
The two largest lottery jackpots in the country are now worth more than $1 billion combined.
That's a chance for what, $4, right? Two each? You can get $1 billion possibly. The estimated Powerball jackpot now $725 million, a cash value of $366 million.
The Mega Millions is approaching $500 million. The next estimated jackpot is $480 million with a cash option of $240 million. That drawing happening tonight. But then, of course, I saw all the odds, you know, your chances being struck by lightning, being in a plane
shark
crash,
is biting you.
all of that. Yeah.
Yeah, not too good. But the Maryland Lottery had some big winners. In fact, in Howard County, a lottery player in Elk Ridge won $550,000 playing multi-match. Scratch-off tickets put $100,000 in the pockets of Capitol Heights, Clinton, Glen Burnie, and Perry Hall residents. In all, 43 tickets worth $10,000 or more were sold or redeemed in the 7 days ending July 9th. You can only watch Major League Baseball All-Star game right here on Fox 45. Still ahead this morning, we have an exclusive look inside the ballpark before the big game tonight.
Cirque du Soleil is returning to Charm City. Coming up in our 9 o'clock hour, how they plan to retell a holiday story with thrilling acrobatics.
Retelling your morning routine story maybe involves some iced coffee due to the heat heading our way.
That's right. Hot ice, however you get it, it is time for our coffee break. .656 and happening right now. A survey by Bankrate found that 39% of workers have a side hustle, and even more workers think they'll always need a second job.
Christina Flores with our Sinclair sister station in Utah has more on why the side hustle is here to stay.
Glenna Lotulele teaches history at Hillside Middle School.
I love my job. I love teaching middle school. It fits me.
And when the school day ends for students, the workday is just beginning for Mrs. Lotulele at her second job.
I work at Delta Airlines. I'm a ramp agent. I work on the ramp.
And how long have you been doing that job?
25 years this November.
Both jobs year-round for 25 years.
I'm either working here or I'm working at the airport.
Mrs. Lotulele says she took on her airport side hustle years ago for her kids.
My children are my motivation.
She and her husband decided for their kids to play sports, they'd both need side hustles to cover expenses. But now with inflation, their side hustles are more important than ever.
$1,000 a month.
For food, for your family?
For food. That's not even including gas.
Mrs. Lotulele is not alone. In Utah, the workers most often with side hustles are teachers, followed by healthcare workers. But lately, it seems everyone has a second job.
Seeing a teacher with a side hustle probably doesn't surprise many, but we're seeing it absolutely pervasive, especially in the younger ages. And when I say younger, below 30.
Carrie Wasden is a professor of finance and economics at UVU. Is a side hustle here to stay?
It is.
Yes, life is expensive right now, and wages do not match the cost of living. But that is not the whole story. Is inflation to blame for all the side hustles right now, or is it more than that?
It's not. It's actually a change in how people perceive being an employee.
Wasden says the pandemic and the shift to working from home created an environment where workers did the same job in less time because they didn't have to commute, take lunch breaks, or socialize at work. Suddenly, workers did their main job in fewer hours and had extra time to take on a second or even a third job.
That created the impetus or the catalyst for the side hustle at a level we've never seen before, and we're not going back. Now we're in an environment where I'm not going back to the office. And if you force me to go back, sorry, I'll stick with my other side hustle. It doesn't require me to go back, and maybe I'll pick up another one.
Should we be worried about this environment where people are working 2-3 jobs all day long?
It has enormous consequences, absolutely personal life and health, but family life.
After 25 years, Mrs. Lotulele finally sees some days off in her future.
I am going to probably retire from one of these jobs and just have one job.
Christina Flores, KUTV 2 News.
It's been just over a week since Baltimore's biggest mass shooting. Coming up next, we're looking into the questions and concerns with how city agencies handled it.
And we are continuing to follow the investigation into that mass shooting. Just ahead, what we are learning about the team behind bars and the unanswered questions that remain.
As we stroll a little bit closer to our hump day, it's hump day eve, right? We're talking about numbers that are going to heat up for the afternoon. Back in a few minutes, we'll talk about your full forecast and how those 90s are cranking up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, July 11th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we are cranking it up in here. In fact, our meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about, if we do crank up the heat, does that mean storms?
Today? No.
Well, I mean, with summer, you think summer
Yeah,
pop-up
I know.
storms,
No,
right?
and that's a great point, Tom. Patrice, good morning to both of you. That's the thing is later this week, we'll feel more of that heat, humidity, and those storms firing. But we get a couple of days off from the wet weather as we look out over our Towson camera right now. Not looking too bad with that sun that is up. And statewide, how about 61 in Oakland, 58 in Cumberland right now. We're at 65 in Hagerstown. Most of us in the mid to upper 60s along the Chesapeake, even 70 currently in Baltimore City. So you can see those numbers. Next few hours, Mr. Bo says we're good to go with low to mid, even upper 70s for your morning drive. Windows down potentially today, at least for the morning, but you'll need the AC this afternoon because we'll hit 92 for our high, back to the mid 70s tonight, and then mid 90s for tomorrow. Back with your full forecast. We'll talk about when those storms will impact us this week, coming up in a few.
7 o'clock now. In a city in crisis, Fox 45 News is demanding answers about the investigation into that mass shooting at Brooklyn Homes.
It's been more than a week since 2 people were killed, 28 others hurt, and investigators have yet to charge anyone with the actual shooting.
We have live team coverage this morning on the aftermath of the shooting.
Now, in just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will be joining us live at Fox 45, continues to press the mayor for answers, including whether he still has faith in acting Commissioner Richard Worley.
But we begin with Olivia Dance, who has more on the lingering questions about safe streets. Olivia.
It's Patrice. On Thursday, the police department and the mayor's office of neighborhood safety and engagement, also known as MONSE, will face council members to try and figure out why more wasn't done to prevent Brooklyn's mass shooting. Now, that hearing happening right here at City Hall. And Fox 45 News has learned that 4 Safe Street workers mediated several conflicts earlier in the day between people with guns at the Brooklyn Day block party, but they left before 30 people were shot, 2 of them losing their lives. Councilman Mark Conway, chair of the city's Public Safety Committee, says he's expecting answers to several questions.
Why was there no police presence on the scene? Why did we not know about the event in advance? Who knew about the event in advance?
The questions now being raised circle back to the uncertainty of an agency Fox 45 News has been investigating for years. MONSE oversees the implementation of Safe Streets, which is Baltimore's flagship gun violence prevention program. The interim director of MONSE making it clear last week that the policies for Safe Streets workers telling someone about a potential threat aren't in place. We were told those policies are now under review. However, after multiple emails last week asking about the policy, it's unclear when or if any changes will actually be made. Back to you.
Olivia, we know that the city continues to give money to MONSE. They just gave them about $4 million last week. Are we hearing about concerns about accountability when it comes to the money that is given to that agency?
Yeah, Patrice, there's definitely concerns. In fact, Fox 45 News spoke with taxpayer watchdog David Williams, who says the response to the Brooklyn mass shooting highlights the need for more transparency and accountability. Take a listen to what he said.
You can't call something your flagship program and then have this mass shooting. You can't be an entity that's receiving tens of millions of dollars in taxpayer dollars and not be accountable for that.
And despite the city being slow to respond to public records requests, Fox 45 News will, of course, continue to push for answers about accountability and transparency. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Last month, we asked MONSE about this organizational chart right here, now showing Matt Vronis right up at the top right after Shante Jackson left June 30th. Now, what are the qualifications each employee has to justify holding their respective role? What is their previous employment? Will you allow Fox 45 News to interview any or all MONSE employees to learn more about their work? And has anyone on that chart been convicted of misdemeanors or felonies? We've received still no answers on those questions from 3 weeks ago.
Back in May, we sent 5 records requests, including quarterly reports from organizations getting taxpayer-funded grants, a list of all grants approved and awarded through MONSE since December of 2020, former MONSE Director Shante Jackson's direct expenditures. Now, we've only gotten a response after sending a demand letter, and we still haven't received the actual records.
This morning, 17-year-old facing gun charges in connection with last Sunday morning's mass shooting remains in jail after a judge denies him bail.
Shannon Lilly joins us live this morning with our push for the latest in the investigation and a hearing that is scheduled for later this week. Shannon?
That hearing that you mentioned, Patrice, is set for Thursday. It's going to be a Baltimore City public safety meeting to talk about this mass shooting itself, the events that led up to it, as well as communications amongst agencies like the Baltimore Police Department. And it comes as there are still amounts of questions that remain in this shooting, and we are pushing leaders for those answers.
Why isn't this investigation further along?
So this investigation is pretty far along, but as we do with any case, especially a homicide, a mass shooting, our detectives working with our local, state, and federal partners on this will continue to go through every single thing, and we'll be making charges as we track down every lead.
More than a week has passed since the Brooklyn Day mass shooting, and so far investigators have yet to charge anyone with the actual shooting. One of the only leads released to the public thus far involved a teen captured in this social media post taking a gun out of a backpack at that block party. Acting Commissioner Rich Worley announcing his arrest days later on gun charges, that teen's attorney claiming he's done nothing the state has said. Meanwhile, major questions also remain about the department's response and the event itself. In fact, dispatch audio from about an hour and a half before the mass shooting took place seemingly indicated that police were aware of the growing crowd. Listen.
It's quite a big crowd. Platform right here. Any other units?
Well, Acting Commissioner Worley said later that the department was not aware that Brooklyn Day was being held. This was an annual event. He says this was an unpermitted event, though, at least this year. Despite all of this, though, the mayor says that his confidence in Worley has not been swayed. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
We want to know what you think. Do you think that the city council will ask the tough questions about the mass shooting? So far, 98% of those who have voted say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Meanwhile, the 17-year-old arrested in connection with the Brooklyn home shooting is reigniting concerns about Maryland's juvenile justice laws. Fox 45 News has heard complaints about the laws from leaders across the state for months now, including Prince George's County Executive and Police Chief, as well as Harford County Sheriff and most recently Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates. They all say the laws leave police and prosecutors' hands tied.
To be honest, I think it's one of the worst pieces of legislation I've ever read, because what it has done is taken the process of holding juveniles accountable away from prosecutors.
Those protections have given way to a protection of some people who have committed very heinous crimes, which, yes, that does hamper what we are doing now.
It's becoming more and more difficult to hold juveniles accountable.
Basically, a lot of things that unfortunately young people find themselves getting involved in, police can no longer take action.
Well, stay tuned to Fox 45 Morning News. Coming up at 7:40, we will have more on the growing calls for change to Maryland's juvenile justice laws.
Severe weather continues to impact several states in the Northeast. Many residents trying to clean up are now bracing for more rain.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with some incredible images coming into the newsroom of the flooding going on.
This is probably the most shocking one coming from Vermont State Police here, guys. I'm going to go ahead and make this large so you can see this, but what you're seeing is just rushing water there, fast moving waters washing out roads. I mean, it's just incredible to see it move through there. Some residents were stuck in their homes, clearly disrupting travel through that area. Thankfully, no reports of injuries or deaths when you look at those raging waters. We are getting word, though, of swift water team rescues. They've done more than 50 of those rescues, mainly in the southern and central areas of that state. Just incredible. Rainfall in certain parts of Vermont, guys, exceeding 8 inches yesterday. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers saying late last night they expect 2 dams to release water, causing severe flooding downstream, and that is likely to affect multiple towns here today. Let's go ahead and take a live look now at our radar this morning as New England braces again for more rain today. Forecasters predicting any drying out will not happen until midweek, and by then federal forecasters will be trying to determine whether another front is headed for New England. Here you can see downtown Montpelier, the capital of Vermont, just underwater there. Look how high up that goes on the storefronts there. Officials warned that the rainfall would be worse than in 2011 from Tropical Storm Irene, and that the river, which runs through town, is at flood stage right now. That's before new rain comes. Take a look at this video here of a flooded basement in Bethel, Vermont. Officials now conducting welfare checks for those who did not evacuate, knowing that many of them will be dealing with situations like this. Officials say the storm has already brought tens of millions of dollars in damage. The president already approving the state's emergency declaration. Meantime, guys, we've got cleanup efforts underway right now in parts of New York after deadly flooding there. About 50 people had to be evacuated from their homes in Ontario County.
I couldn't believe what was going on, to be honest with you. I've never been through anything like that. So I was scared also, and plus I was out of oxygen.
It could have been a lot worse, but those guys were really professional and they did everything that we needed and we didn't even know we needed.
And it's not over yet. The National Weather Service issuing some flood advisories throughout the day here. And we're talking about from Vermont to the Massachusetts line, north to the Canadian border there. As we take a look at the map here, guys, this really shows you what we're looking at here. Look at that green blob, as my non-meteorological speak shows. When you look at Maryland here, it looks as though we might just make it through this. Let's bring in the expert, though, meteorologist Justin Chambers. That green blob here, Justin, looks like we're going to steer clear. Is that correct?
I say green blob blob all the time. So
You
it
do.
is absolutely correct to say
Thank you.
green blob, Meg, because that's what I talk about constantly. And yeah, it's that large area of low pressure that's just sitting right over New England at this time. In fact, you can see here on this map, this is that area of low pressure. When you see that counterclockwise flow, that big L right there, that's bringing more of that rain into parts of Montreal and into Burlington. And as Meg just mentioned, we just had a flash flood warning that actually expired, but most of the entire states of Vermont and New Hampshire under flood watches. And then when you zoom out, you can see that big H, which is near us. That's a ridge of high pressure, so nice and dry. That's why we're seeing less humidity, but there's that cold front moving through the Midwest, and that's what's going to bring more rain to the Northeast over the next couple of days as we head toward the end of the week. Beautiful shot right now from our area here in Towson. Lots of sunshine. Overall today, we're nice and dry, but we are tracking some more storms coming later this week, and we'll talk about that coming up.
All right, let's take a look at our Lens Solar traffic network now. There is an accident on 70 eastbound. Look at this. One vehicle is involved. The two left lanes are blocked, and traffic, as you can see there, is not going anywhere fast. It is backed up to Sykesville Road, so if you head that direction, you might want to find an alternate or give yourself plenty of extra time.
Here's a look at the stories making your headlines this hour. Massive contract with a new school bus company leaves local drivers fearful of losing their jobs. Fox 45 News Project Baltimore questions why the school system is spending millions and millions more for almost the same service.
And Anne Arundel County is working to increase affordable housing while managing enrollment numbers in public schools. County Executive Stuart Pittman is joining us after the break with more on the legislation that helps to make that possible. 7:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 7:15 in Anne Arundel County, school overcrowding and housing go hand in hand. Where schools are over capacity, developing new housing is limited as a result. New legislation recently passed focuses on that issue. As part of our Your Voice series, Anne Arundel County Executive Stuart Pittman is joining us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Good to be here.
All right, so let's talk first about the connection between schools and housing.
Yeah, you wouldn't think they would be connected, but we have laws on the books, as do most counties, that say that if we don't have enough school capacity in our schools, we limit new housing construction because we don't want new kids on top of the ones that are there. So we had more than half of our county closed to development of housing at a time we have a housing shortage. And it was the parts of our county that we say we want to do smart growth, transit-oriented development. So we needed to make some changes.
And what does this legislation accomplish?
Well, first of all, the timing is good because the school board is finally going to redistrict. We have, believe it or not, 16,000 unutilized seats in our whole system, but we have schools at about 140 and 50% capacity. So they needed to reorganize, which is now they're doing. But looking into the future, we wanted to open these areas to development that are targeted for development. So we said that if a district has capacity in an adjacent area, a school feeder area, then that is open and that to development. So then the school board would just make an adjustment to the lines. That was one of the big changes. But we also were being very clear that we're limiting schools to 100% capacity. You can't develop if it gets over 100%. So we're ending school overcrowding. At the same time, we're opening things up to housing construction for our workforce.
So what's in place to make sure that you don't get to this point again where you have this overcapacity in the schools and not enough housing? Are there concerns about creating this new housing, which is needed, but then overcrowding the schools as a result? How do you balance both of those?
Well, I mean, that's what this law does. It says that you can't go over 100%, but it has some openings that really pressure the school board to redistrict by saying that we're going to go ahead and allow that housing if the adjacent area has capacity, which means clearly change the boundary a little bit so that we can make that capacity utilized for the area where the housing is being done. So long term, we think the school board will work with us and keep adjusting the lines as needed. That's ultimately what solves the problem is having the correct boundaries.
And some of that redistricting is happening now and will continue to happen? The redistricting happening now?
Yes,
and
we believe it will continue to happen. It has to happen over time. And we went for a long time with no redistricting, and that's how we ended up in this place we are.
Got it.
We're actually wasting money building schools in areas in some areas when we have capacity elsewhere, just because it's so politically hard to redistrict. And I understand that. And our school board is being very brave in starting that process. But the great news is this was a bipartisan bill that passed first time through 7-0. And, in this day and age, that's good news right there.
All right. County Executive Pittman, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
7:19 is the time. We need to find out exactly how warm it's going to get today and feel today.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with the forecast. And you know what? You were talking about your 7-Eleven not finished. We just got a new 7-Eleven gas station in our area, and they've got the big Slurpee on top of the building.
The big inflatable Slurpee. I like
yes,
that.
It attracts you.
That makes me very excited. It's summertime, right? I mean, the All-Star game tonight, we're talking about the Midsummer Classic and talking about temperatures that are going to heat up. And Tom mentioned the feels like number, and we're going to feel like what the actual temperature is today because we're having a lack of humidity. So that drier air is in place. You can see that sun that is shining nicely right now from the top of the Transamerica building, our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam, right at 70 at BWI. No wind to speak of. That dew point at 63 degrees, and those dew points are going to stay in the lower 60s for at least the next couple of days. Thursday and Friday, we start to see an increase in moisture. Those dew points start climbing, and that will feel a lot more like those mid to upper 90s in the feels like conditions. Now, we do have a code orange air quality alert for at least parts of our area. Anne Arundel County, Baltimore City, and southern Baltimore County. This goes for the unhealthy category for sensitive groups. We are going to see some of those ozone particulate matter thermometer numbers get up there above 101, 105 today and also for tomorrow. So just be aware of that if you have to be outside today in these sensitive groups. 74 next hour on your day planner, hanging out there in Ellicott City. And lunchtime, not bad to be outdoors. Mid to upper 80s is where we will end up. And we're going to slide back into the lower 90s for our high temperatures on your Tuesday afternoon. Probably a good idea to get the sprinklers going, especially in the morning time and in the evening as well, as we stay mainly dry, not only today, but for the next couple of days. And checking some of your high temperatures across Baltimore counties and Carroll County, upper 80s and lower 90s for Cockeysville and Reisterstown down through Catonsville, 92 in Canton and Fells today, over through Dundalk as well. And keeping those lower 90s going for Baltimore and D.C., lower 80s if you're heading down the ocean this afternoon. 78 is the water temperature now at Ocean City, and you're going to see low to mid 80s over the next 2 or 3 days. Very nice conditions, but heating up by the beach. And we're heating up here too. Our future scan, nice ridge of high pressure keeping us dry both today and tomorrow. Next weather maker rolling in on Thursday. That's going to bring us a better chance of a couple of more pop-up showers and thunderstorms. Shout out to John Shipley and Riker watches every morning. You can see Riker, the dog, getting the ball right there. So thank you, John, for that shot. I appreciate it. Riker looking good, and we'd love to see your pet pics too. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. Shoot me an email, hit me on Chime In. Don't do that thread thing because I'm not on it and I don't care about threads. So low to mid 90s here next couple of days. We'll heat up. We'll keep those 90s going all the way into this weekend.
All right, Justin, thank you. This summer, Sinclair is partnering with the National Diaper Bank for Sinclair Care Summer Diaper Drive. Scan the QR code there to help local diaper banks provide diapers to children and families in need. Donate today for a healthier future for our little ones. And if your family is struggling with basic needs for your baby, go to sinclaircares.com.
Looking for some lunch plans today? Well, where you can get a free 6-inch sub this morning between 10 and noon.
When's the last time you cuddled with a cow? Well, we're going to cuddle with one coming up. If I don't give you that to take me down on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Waiting button.
is 7:25 now. I can't wait for this. It's National Cow Day, and what better way to celebrate than with cow cuddling? You heard that right. Think of a hug from a therapy dog, but it's just a lot bigger.
Yeah, and sometimes could involve milk. Yeah. Mark Clark live in Ellicott City today, and he was cuddling in today's So Baltimore earlier, but the cow didn't seem like she wanted to cuddle with you, Mark.
I know, I felt like I was at home. No, I'm joking. Well, Corey is our cuddling cow specialist here. And so, Corey, come on up here. Sure. And so, again, obviously, the cows are up a little earlier, guys. They normally watch you, Tom. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. All right, now. You see how excited she got when I said Tom? And Patrice is back. Patrice is back. So tell us about the cow cuddling. And I'll be cuddling later on. They're eating earlier, so we got to wait and let them kind of, work things out. But, Corey, tell us about the cow cuddling.
Sure. Clarksville Cow Cuddling is all about giving people an opportunity to come out and explore nature in its farm environment and relax with these bovine creatures that are just so peaceful and have their own meditative vibe.
I mean, and it's so cool to be out here this morning. Now, I didn't want to say anything, but, Patrice is back, and Patrice, your little boyfriend, is excited. He told me to say, that's why he didn't want me to touch him at all. So, Patrice,
I saw that tail flicker. He's happy to see him. So I have so many questions for you, Mark, when we come back. Like, why do people want to cuddle with a cow? I mean, do the cows like it? Is it, I have so many questions. I don't know if I get it.
That's a good question. Many good questions, Patrice, and they'll all be answered. Stick around this morning. We'll answer all those questions coming up.
Okay.
All right, we were going to say no bull this morning, but obviously there's one right next to you, so, yeah.
And I saw they had cow tails, the candy. Yes. That's my kind of cow cuddling. I'm going to cuddle up with
Something that comes unwrapped.
All right, so if you have more questions like I do, we've got more information. It's all on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. And then Mark's going to cuddle, so we'll get to see it in action.
And I was thinking about cuddling up with a cheeseburger later on. All right. Mild start to your morning. Things will heat up this afternoon. Too soon? Meteorologist Justin Chambers will let us know how hot it will feel in his full Weather Authority forecast.
And after the break, criticism for the Howard County Public School System over a multi-million-dollar contract with the California Bus Company. Project Baltimore has a look at the concerns bus drivers will be forced out of a job. 7:27 is the time.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 7:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Cuddling with cows in the heat today.
I don't understand.
Mark
I don't
Clark's doing
understand why. Are they really? I don't think of cows as cuddly. They're not soft and fluffy and, you know, I don't know. We're going to find out more, though.
Yeah, we are. Coming up in a little bit. But how hot will it get if you're in the corral cuddling up with cows? Our meteorologist, Justin Chambers, has that answer at least.
Never thought that was going to be a toss to me. That's interesting. Yeah. But what about the Chick-fil-A cow, Patrice? That one's nice and soft and, you know.
Okay, but yeah, there's a reason, you know. It's a costume.
Because they're hawking chicken. Yeah. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Good morning, good day, good night, however you want to look at it. I was trying to do the Truman Show there. Beautiful shot here. Blue skies and looking good over those stadiums. Yep. O's back at it Friday night against the Miami Marlins. Before you know it, Ravens will be doing stuff there at M&T Bank Stadium. 64 your temp in Cockeysville, 68 Bel Air, 69 in Woodlawn, and we're at 67 currently in Brooklyn Park. Yard and gardening cash. Yeah, if you want to get out there this morning, no issues. It is going to heat up today with lower 90s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. But the good news is we're not talking about a lot of humidity. But those ice cream cones are going to melt quickly. 92 with your high today. Mid-90s both Wednesday and Thursday on the way. Now, we are tracking some more showers and thunderstorms later this week. We'll talk about that in my full Weather Authority forecast in just a few. How are we looking on the roads, Patrice?
Well, let's check it out and see in our Lynn Solar Traffic Network. Not so great if you're on 70 going westbound. This is in Ellicott City. We've been talking about this accident for a while. It's a one-vehicle crash right between Marriottsville Road and Sykesville Road, and it is causing a major slowdown in that area. So give yourself plenty of extra time, or you might want to just find another route through 70 West there.
Howard County Public Schools facing criticism for awarding an $81 million contract to a bus company out of California.
As Project Baltimore's Chris Papps explains, the move is raising concerns among local companies who worry that their school bus drivers will be forced off the road and out of a job.
Betrayed.
Yeah.
That is how Jared Deffabaugh feels.
It hits pretty hard. It's taken a lot out of us.
Deffabaugh owns Blue Horizons, a third-generation family-owned company that for 52 years has been driving Howard County students to and from school. But he's not sure if there will be a 53rd year.
I know all the contractors have felt a lot of betrayal.
Deffabaugh has 50 school buses and more than 40 drivers.
Take her in.
Last year, his company was one of about 24 contractors, mostly local, covering more than 400 bus routes for Howard County schools.
I know these streets better than anywhere else. I know the people, the students. We get a lot of the same students year after year, a lot of the same schools. We know the families.
But for the upcoming school year, Howard County entered into a contract with a new bus company called Zoom, based in California. Zoom was awarded a contract worth $81 million over 3 years to run 230 bus routes, about half the routes in Howard County. This press release, sent out by Zoom last month, touts that Zoom will provide Howard County with cleaner transportation, saying the company is green. Zoom's website says it's 100% carbon neutral with electric fleets. The website even warns how diesel buses emit notoriously noxious exhausts, saying more than 25 million children and thousands of drivers breathe this impure air on the way to and from school, which has a negative impact on health and academic performance. So Project Baltimore stopped by the lot where Zoom stores its buses. The dark screen over the fence does limit the view, but every bus we can see on this lot with Zoom written on the side is a diesel bus, complete with exhaust pipes and DEF only written on the fuel tank, which means diesel exhaust fluid. While we were there, this bus pulled out. We followed it. Like all the other buses we could see, it's powered by diesel fuel.
They don't have electric buses that I'm aware of.
Which is correct. But Zoom told Fox 45 News it hopes to have an all-electric bus fleet in Howard County within 5 years. So for now, Zoom's current diesel buses are similar to Defiball's diesel buses. But Zoom's come with a much larger price tag. Blue Horizons charges county taxpayers about $70,000 for a traditional bus route. Zoom is charging $98,000, according to Howard County Schools.
Do you have any idea why the county signed this contract with Zoom?
I really don't. None of it makes sense to any of us.
So why would Howard County Schools enter into a massive contract with Zoom for diesel buses when it is already under contract with local companies that use similar buses for less? The district will not interview with us to explain, but they did provide a statement.
The district confirmed the Zoom buses will be diesel, but added the company takes many actions to ensure carbon neutrality. As for the cost, Howard County says the Zoom contract, unlike local bus companies, includes transportation for summer school, special education, athletic events, and field trips. In other words, it includes more services. The statement went on to say there are no longer fuel and mileage adjustments in the new contracts, which often resulted in HCPSS paying much more than the budgeted amount. The district said it expects to need 503 total routes this upcoming school year and has contracts to cover more bus routes just in case. But with the addition of Zoom, Defiball worries there won't be enough work to keep his drivers on the road.
I think the county should rescind the contract with Zoom. They have the authority to do that. I mean, by all of my accounts that I can tell, it's going to cost tens of millions of dollars extra for what they're doing now.
I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
There are growing calls to change Maryland's juvenile justice laws. Coming up next, we'll hear from one family who knows all too well what it feels like to have a loved one murdered by one of Baltimore's young people.
Has it swayed your confidence in Worley as the next commissioner for Baltimore?
We continue to demand answers from Mayor Brandon Scott about the investigation into Brooklyn Homes mass shooting, where things stand 1 week after the tragedy, as we question the mayor's confidence in acting commissioner Richard Worley.
And temperatures in the 90s this afternoon, but will it feel warmer because of the humidity? We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers breaking it all down for us in his full Weather Authority forecast. 7:38 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 7:40 now. In a city in crisis, there are growing calls for change to Maryland's juvenile justice laws, and now more voices are joining those calls.
This time it's coming from the family of Nicaila Schroeder. Police say a 9-year-old boy shot and killed her last summer, but he can't be charged because he's under the current state law.
Olivia Dance joins us live with the family's calls for change. Olivia.
Tom Patrice, it's a call for change that this family has been fighting for almost a year, and that fight is still ongoing. Fox 45 News spoke with Raynard Parks, who was Nicaila Schroeder's cousin.
But what we know now is people understand the bill. It's more talked about. Kids understand. Trust me, kids have come to me. I work with kids. They know what happened. They understand that they can get access to a gun and not be held accountable.
Parks is referring to the new law, which was passed last year, aimed at providing services, not lengthy sentences, to juveniles who commit crimes. According to the new law, any child under the age of 13 years old may not be charged with most crimes, and any child younger than 10 can't be charged with any crime. Police say 15-year-old Schroeder was shot and killed by a 9-year-old boy on her front porch last year. Now, the bill is supported by Senator Jill Carter. The bill passed the Senate but was held up in the House, ultimately failing before becoming the current law.
But what experts believe, and I agree with this part, is that what should happen is there should be an assessment of the child and whatever interventions are needed so the child can appreciate the consequences of their actions, be held accountable.
We want the kid to be held responsible.
And a grand jury indicted the grandmother of the 9-year-old in Schroeder's killing. The 54-year-old is charged with reckless endangerment and 2 counts of failing to secure a firearm with an unsupervised minor. Her trial will begin later this month. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
You know, they go into the stores and they steal and then they sell it out here, you know?
Major grocery store Lidl is closing one of its Baltimore locations. Why crime may be a reason the business is shutting their doors for good.
Detroit's in a place of hope.
Detroit is making a comeback. How the Motor City was able to get back on the road to economic recovery. That's coming up in today's Spotlight on America. 7:43, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Nearly a decade after filing for bankruptcy, Detroit is trending upward.
Spotlight on America correspondent and Fox 45's Mackenzie Frost explores what's working for the Motor City and how other cities could be doing the same.
The birthplace of Motown, the heartbeat of the auto industry, Detroit is the city that helped put America on wheels. As cars were coming off the assembly line, the population peaking in the 1950s. The 60s brought racial tensions. Crime surged in the 80s and 90s. Population decline continued into the 2000s.
People were leaving here at the rate of 1,000 a month.
But the city was on the brink of collapse. July 2013, Detroit filing for bankruptcy with some $18 billion in debt. The path forward paved in partnership. It's known as the Grand Bargain, with private, nonprofit, and public leaders coming together. The bargain brought donations from companies and philanthropic groups and pledges from unions to accept reduced benefits. Now a decade after bankruptcy,
Detroit's in a place of hope.
Mayor Mike Duggan says the progress is palpable, going from hearing Detroiters beg for basic city services.
My streetlights aren't on, the ambulance isn't showing up, the police aren't showing up,
to caring about how their community looks.
This is what success looked like.
The downtown corridor is vibrant, getting closer to their goals as the city moves closer to the destination it once was.
And that means you need to have the tech jobs, the jobs of the future also here.
The city working with Ford to turn the old dilapidated train station into a mobility hub.
Let's make Detroit the Midwest startup city where venture capital is available and young people go.
As Detroit evolves, legacy Detroiters will need to keep up. And that's where nonprofits like Focus Hope and Executive Director Portia Robertson come in.
There are communities that don't necessarily see their place in those jobs. They can't go home and simply talk to their grandparents about their experience working at Ford, because even if you go to Ford, you're going to have a very different experience than your grandparents did.
I've been here since May 1st.
Rodney Stevenson is learning to bring his past experience working in the shop into the 21st century.
My excitement has to do with having a higher generating pay and having a more comfortable lifestyle.
With a focus on job training and attracting innovative industries, Mayor Duggan says Detroit will soon be back on track.
If we can do both things, if we can create the jobs of the future here, at the same time we've got the traditional blue-collar manufacturing jobs that's always been the backbone of Detroit, we'll have the kind of vibrant economy we want.
And as revitalization expands beyond the borders of downtown, the mayor says working with a land bank to clear old, vacant buildings that still line the streets has been key.
Today there's 6,000. By the end of 2024, there will be 0.
Now turning his attention to tweaking the tax rate to ensure families can stay in their homes and attract even more development. Cities across the country, like Baltimore, San Francisco, St. Louis, even smaller towns, dealing with job loss and people fleeing. Before places get to the point of financial concern, leaders like Mayor Duggan says zeroing in on growing the city with population and opportunity, innovation, and keeping finances in check could help. With the bankruptcy in the rearview mirror, Detroit leaders focusing on policies to help the Motor City drive down the road to economic recovery. For Spotlight on America, I'm Mackenzie Frost.
7:49 is your time right now on your Tuesday morning, and we've got lots of sunshine that is out there right now. Overall, our dew point temperature is going to stay kind of in that nice to sticky range, upper 50s and lower 60s, so not as humid as we've been. We'll take this for at least the next couple of days before we get back into that humid and kind of more thunderstormy atmosphere. Your Rise and Shine cast, mid-70s next hour, upper 70s through 9 a.m., already to 80 by 10 o'clock. And if you want to jump in the pool today, great pool weather. However, that UV index in that very high category, so really quickly you can burn about 10 to 15 minutes. Make sure to get that sunblock on and reapply it. Lower 90s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. A lot of us still in the upper 80s, but we'll slide into those lower 90s for Westminster, Frederick, down in Baltimore City, 89 in Columbia, upper 80s for Annapolis over to Stevensville, into Kent and Queen Anne's County over toward Chestertown as well. If you do want to get the grass cut today on your mowcast, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, yeah, you got that big old gas mower. getting all that smoke out there and everything. We're staying mainly dry, and you can get the grass cut with really no issues because you look at this future scan and we're pretty dry. Not a lot happening here for the next couple of days. Staying on the hotter side of things. Now, Thursday we start tapping into more of that moisture from the south, and that's going to be that next weather maker, bringing another chance of some showers and storms by Thursday late afternoon. 55 days until Labor Day. The Ravens home opener just about 2 months away, and the autumnal equinox. I can smell the PSLs right now, 74 days from the first day of autumn. Although meteorological autumn is September 1st and might have a PSL before that. Lower 90s today, mid 90s into Wednesday and Thursday. We'll keep those 90s basically, guys, through the next 7 days.
Batter up in our 9 o'clock hour. We're getting a live update from Seattle as we gear up for tonight's MLB All-Star game, which you can catch right here on Fox 45.
She's everything, and he's just the father of the atomic bomb. We're less than 2 weeks away from the summer's biggest box office weekend. The film's premiering on the same day, and the number of people planning to catch a double feature.
I don't know about a double feature, but a double shot.
Double shot, yes.
Be good right now.
Espresso. Or, yeah, okay.
It's time for $7.55 trending now. How about a free lunch today?
Yeah, because happening this morning, Subway restaurants giving away up to 1 million 6-inch subs to showcase their new deli sliced meats.
If you want to get that free sub, you'll need to physically go to a participating location between 10 a.m. and 12 p.m. Choose a 6-inch sub from their new Deli Heroes. There's only one free sandwich allowed per person, and they won't take any other coupons with it.
Well, after you eat your free sub, if you're looking for a way to beat the heat, today is National Mojito Day, a time to celebrate the deliciousness and an ice-cold minty drink.
That sounds really good right now. The mojito hails from Cuba. It's made with white rum, sparkling water, sugar or simple syrup, lime juice, and mint. No one is exactly sure who made the first mojito, but its roots can be traced back to the 16th century.
And we are less than 2 weeks away from the biggest box office event of the summer.
Oppenheimer and the Barbie movie will premiere in theaters Friday, July 21st, and moviegoers are planning on seeing both that day, according to AMC Theaters.
The company says more than 20,000 AMC Stub members have purchased tickets to see both films that same day.
Interesting. The company says over the weekend alone, they saw a 33% increase in the number of guests buying tickets to watch both movies. The movies, whose storylines couldn't be any more different, are being dubbed Barbenheimer. So why do you think? Or is AMC just telling us
they're just trying to market
it
it that way? Yes, definitely.
Because Naomi shockingly wants to go see this Barbie movie.
Right.
She has not expressed interest in the other.
Oppenheimer? No. Well, after starting off the morning in the 60s, we'll see highs reaching the low 90s this afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking the next weather maker ahead in his full Weather Authority forecast.
Now, when's the last time you cuddled with a cow? Have you ever cuddled with a cow? Well, we're going to cuddle and tell you all about it and tell you how you can do that coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long. Good morning, sunshine. Hello? No? Hello?
It's been just over a week since Baltimore's biggest mass shooting. Coming up next, we're looking into the questions and concerns with how city agencies handled it.
And we are continuing to follow that investigation into that mass shooting. Just ahead, what we are learning about the team behind bars and the unanswered questions that remain.
We're tracking temperatures that are not too bad right now as we head toward the afternoon, heating back up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good Good morning on this Tuesday, July 11th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland, and we are getting ready for a warm summer day today.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with a look at the forecast.
Temperatures back into the 90s after a couple of days that we had in the 80s for the month of July, but we're going to have a stretch of 90-degree temperatures. Good news is not as humid as we've been as we look out for the crystal clear blue skies right now. Check your statewide temperatures, lower 60s out in Garrett and Allegheny counties there. We're seeing numbers in the lower 70s in Westminster, 68 in Bel Air. We've already made it to 76 in Baltimore and 75 in Annapolis. So a mild Tuesday morning for sure. Sunny and dry for the afternoon, and we're definitely starting to heat back up today and into the rest of this week. So the next few hours, upper 70s and low to mid 80s, taking you through the 11 o'clock hour. We'll already be to 87 by about noon today, and we'll see some of those lower 90s sneak back in for the afternoon as well. We're back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. We've got your Lens Solar Traffic Network here. We're following an incident. Look at this. This is Ellicott City, 70 West. We know there is an overturned tanker truck in that area. It's right between Marriottsville Road and Sykesville Road. You see the flashing lights out there. Major slowdown in that area as a result of all of that. You see the truck. It's on its side right there. Give yourself some extra time. There's no indication on when this is going to be alleviated, so try to find another route if possible. We do begin this morning in a city in crisis. Fox 45 News is demanding answers about the investigation into the mass shooting at Brooklyn homes. More than a week after 2 people were killed and 28 others injured, investigators have yet to charge anyone with the actual shooting.
This morning, we have live team coverage of the Brooklyn homes shooting. Coming up in just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will join us live as Fox 45 News continues to press the mayor for answers, including whether he still has faith in Acting Commissioner Richard Worley. But first, we begin with Olivia Dance. She's at City Hall this morning with more on the lingering questions about safe streets. Olivia.
Well, Patrice, on Thursday, the police department and the mayor's office of neighborhood safety and engagement, also known as MONSE, will face council members to try and figure out why more wasn't done to prevent the Brooklyn mass shooting. And that hearing is happening right here at City Hall. Again, that's on Thursday. Now, we've learned that 4 Safe Streets workers mediated several conflicts earlier in the day between people with guns at the Brooklyn Day block party, but they left before 30 people were shot, 2 of them losing their lives. Councilman Mark Conway, chair of the city's Public Safety Committee, says he's expecting answers to several questions.
Why was there no police presence on the scene? Why did we not know about the event in advance? Who knew about the event in advance?
The questions now being raised circle back to the uncertainty of an agency Fox 45 News has been investigating for years. MONSE oversees the implementation of Safe Streets, which is Baltimore's flagship gun violence prevention program. The interim director of MONSE making it clear last week that the policies for Safe Streets workers telling someone about a potential threat aren't in place. But we were told those policies are now under review. And after multiple emails last week asking about the policy, it's unclear when or if any changes will actually be made. Back to you.
Olivia, we know that the city continues to give money to MONSE. They gave them just under $4 million last week for the Cherry Hill and Penn North Safe Street sites. Do experts have concerns about the accountability, though, when it comes to that money?
Yeah, Patrice, there's definitely concerns. In fact, Fox 45 News spoke with taxpayer watchdog David Williams, who says that the response to the mass shooting highlights a need for more accountability and transparency. Take a listen to what he said.
You can't call something your flagship program and then have this mass shooting. You can't be an entity that's receiving tens of millions of dollars in taxpayer dollars and not be accountable for that.
And despite the city being slow to respond about public records requests, Fox 45 News, of course, will continue to demand answers about accountability and transparency. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thanks, Olivia. Last month, we asked MONSE about this organizational chart, now showing Mavronis at the top and Shantae Jackson left June 30th. What are the qualifications each employee has to justify holding their respective role? What is their previous employment? Will you allow Fox 45 News to interview any or all MONSE employees to learn more about their work? Has anyone on the chart been convicted of misdemeanors or felonies? Still no answers to those questions from 3 weeks ago.
Back in May, we sent 5 records requests, including quarterly reports from organizations getting taxpayer-funded grants, a list of all grants approved and awarded through Monzi since December of 2020, and former Monzi Director Shantae Jackson's direct expenditures. We only got a response after sending a demand letter. We still have not received the actual records.
Well, this morning, the 17-year-old facing gun charges in connection with last Sunday's mass shooting remains in jail after a judge denied him bail.
Shannon Lilly joins us live now with our push for the latest in the investigation and a hearing that is scheduled later this week. Shannon.
Yeah, that hearing that you mentioned, Patrice, is set for Thursday. It will be a Baltimore City public safety hearing to talk about this mass shooting, as well as the events that led up to it and communications amongst city agencies like the Baltimore Police Department, which comes as a mound of questions remain in this mass shooting, and we are pushing leaders for answers.
Why isn't this investigation further along?
So this investigation is pretty far along, but as we do with any case, especially a homicide, a mass shooting, our detectives working with our local, state, and federal partners on this will continue to go through every single thing, and we'll be making charges as we track down every lead.
Well, it's been more than a week since the Brooklyn Day mass shooting, and so far, investigators have yet to charge anyone with the actual shooting. One of the only leads released to the public thus far involved a teen captured in a social media post taking a gun out of a backpack at the block party. Well, Acting Commissioner Rich Worley announced his arrest days later on gun charges. That teen's attorney, though, claiming he's done nothing the state has said. Meanwhile, major questions also remain about the department's response to the event itself. In fact, dispatch audio from about an hour and a half before the mass shooting took place seemingly indicated police were aware of the growing crowd.
It's a big crowd. 10th floor right here. Any other units?
Well, Acting Commissioner Worley later revealed that the department was not aware that Brooklyn Day was happening that day. This is an annual event that was not permitted, he says, at least for this year. But despite all of this, the mayor says his confidence in Worley has not been swayed. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, we want to know what you think. Do you trust the city council to ask tough questions about the mass shooting? So far, 98% of those who have voted say no, but you can head to foxbaltimore.com to /vote to weigh in yourself.
Calls for change from the family of Nicaila Strouder. Nearly a year after she was shot and killed in West Baltimore, the laws the family are still fighting even now.
Millions of Americans are underwater alerts this morning as severe storms push through the Northeast. We have new video of the dangerous flooding that is happening right now.
Dry conditions here at home. We're going to be heating up this afternoon, but at least our humidity stays in check, so we got that going for us, which is nice.
Severe weather continues to impact several states in the Northeast. Many residents trying to clean up are now bracing for more rain.
Tom Rogers is at our live center with some new images coming into the newsroom. Tom.
Yeah, taking a look at some of the videos coming out of Twitter right here. In fact, I can click that and make it wider for you. This is the moving waters in Vermont as they washed out some roads, trapped residents in their home, clearly disrupted travel in the area. Thankfully, no reports of any injuries or deaths. We are getting word swiftwater rescue teams completed more than 50 rescues, mainly in the southern and central areas of the state. Rainfall in certain parts of Vermont exceeding 8 inches just yesterday. U.S. Army Corps of Engineers saying late last night they expected 2 dams to release water this morning, causing severe flooding downstream, likely to affect multiple towns later on today. And taking a live look now from our radar here, as you can see where all the green is, and that's exactly where the system is moving. It's continuing to put some rain down in Vermont. You can see that's the only place it's showing here in parts of Maine. As New England braces again for more rain. Forecasters predicting any dry out won't happen until midweek. But by then, federal forecasters will be trying to determine whether another front is headed for New England. Officials saying the storm has already brought tens of millions of dollars in damage. President already approving the state's emergency declaration. This as cleanup efforts are underway right now in parts of New York after deadly flooding when a woman was swept away as she was fleeing her flooded car. About 50 people had to be evacuated. You see in some of these videos right here from their homes in Ontario County, New York. It's not over yet. Today, the National Weather Service issuing flash flood watches and advisories for much of Vermont, from Massachusetts line north to the Canadian border. Well, here in Maryland, completely different feel as we are dry and hot, but meteorologist Justin Chambers continues tracking that system as we have some advisories and warnings still, or watches still in place, right?
Yeah, just the watches, Tom. Earlier this morning, actually, we had the flash flood warning, the one that was up there that did expire right a little after 7 o'clock. But the whole reason for all this, when you take a look at this picture here or this map, is that large area of low pressure that's just sitting over the top of the Northeast and continuing to bring all of that rain around into Canada and back into parts of Vermont, New Hampshire, even up toward Maine as well. But the good news is we are going to get some drier air that's going to work in to help dry that area out over the next day or so. We're definitely dry here with that ridge of high pressure, but look at the left-hand side of your screen. That's that next front that they're tracking through the Great Lakes that will eventually impact us here at home and all the way up to the Northeast later this week. Our Towson camera showing us that sun is out there and shining brightly this morning, so we are looking good right now. And as you head out the door, yeah, definitely grab your sunglasses. No need for the umbrella today. We're going to stay rain-free for at least the next couple of days. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
A Baltimore City store is closing its doors after just 3 years of business. Coming up, the concerns about safety inside grocery stores.
Police still searching for suspects after last week's mass shooting, and the teenager in custody is not facing homicide charges. Up next, where we could be seeing a roadblock. Time now 8:14. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, a local all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
It's been more than a week now since 2 people were killed, 28 others injured in the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting. And as of this morning, investigators have yet to charge anyone with the actual shooting. This morning, law enforcement expert Mari Richards joining us live to weigh in on the response. Mari, good morning.
Good morning, Megan.
Mari, the one person who is charged in connection with the incident, a 17-year-old now facing gun charges, but not related to the actual shooting. Police believe that he was actually caught on camera pulling a gun out of a backpack at the party. With roughly 1,000 people at this event, Mari, how is it possible that no one has been arrested for the actual shooting?
Well, I would start with talking to the people who know who did that shooting, and that's the Brooklyn Safe Streets workers. They have close contact with every drug dealer, gangbanger, thug, carjacker in Brooklyn and the Brooklyn homes. So there's no secrets in that community. They know, and they should be a resource for the police and not, fighting the police to solve this case.
Mari, you can't help but wonder, with so many people there, is this a stop snitching issue as we've seen here in Baltimore, or is this a policing issue and detective work?
No, I'm afraid the biggest problem is the stop snitching issue. And what makes it so much worse is that we have the Safe Street workers who are paid by Baltimore taxpayers who are setting the example of not cooperating with the police. What this incident shows is that the Safe Street program is a total failure. It's on the wrong track, and it needs to be turned around 180 degrees.
Let me ask you this real quick, Mari. There could be a lot of information that police are not telling us. Obviously, an active investigation. In your experience, could they know a lot more than what's being revealed?
It's definitely possible they're going to, wait until they have an entire case. But I'm telling you, Megan, you got to go to the people who know. And the Safe Street workers knew in about 5 minutes all the people involved. And if it was really a program that worked with the police instead of treating the police like an enemy, this case would be solved.
All right. Mari, thanks for shedding light and weighing in. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Megan.
It's 8:20 now. We want to get back over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Yeah, looking at our Weather Authority forecast, ladies, and overall, not a bad start to our morning. Our temperatures have been hanging out in the 60s, now sliding into the 70s for some of us. You can see those numbers on the right side of your screen right there. Nice blue skies out there and a lot less humidity. In fact, our dew point temps kind of hanging out right at 63 degrees. That humidity number at 64%. So it feels nice when you step outside. And yes, we are definitely going to heat up, but with that dew point trend trending down or in the lower 60s for the next couple of days, that's going to be the drier air that will be in place. As we get to a Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, you'll definitely feel more summer-like with the feels-like temperatures close to 100 as we head into this weekend. Now, we do have a code orange air quality alert, Baltimore City, southern Baltimore County, and Anne Arundel County, and that is going to be for sensitive groups. So we'll have that unhealthy air quality not only today, but possibly into tomorrow as well. It's not area wide, but at least those areas where I just showed you, if you are in those sensitive groups, need to make sure to try to take the precautions and limit your time outdoors. Folks who are getting outdoors, hitting the links today, 79 next hour on the golf courses and 87 by about noontime, into the lower 90s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Should be a great day to be outdoors. And speaking of being outdoors, get the sprinklers on this morning and this evening as well, as we are drying out here over the next couple of days. So checking your temperatures, highs across the region, across Carroll and Baltimore counties in the mid to upper 80s and lower 90s. Hereford zone, Reisterstown, down into Towson and Lutherville at 91, 92 in Dundalk, out through Essex and Middle River, through Rosedale in the upper 80s and lower 90s. We'll keep those 80s and 90s for you in Ellicott City and Columbia, down through Elk Ridge and Glen Burnie, Pasadena, all the way down through Annapolis, about 89 for your high this afternoon. Notice our temperature tracker. We are going to stay in the above average category, and we've got a nice string of 90-degree temperatures. So had a couple of days in the 80s, but those days, excuse me, those days at least are done temporarily as we get back into the 90s. Here's our future scan taking you through this afternoon and into tomorrow as well. Nice ridge of high pressure building in. That's going to keep us high and dry. On Thursday, we'll start tapping into that southerly flow. That's going to be our next weather maker along with a cold front coming through. But it's late Thursday afternoon into the evening will be our next chance for our next weather maker rolling in. Shout out to John Shipley sending this picture in of Riker, the doggy just enjoying a nice day and hopefully staying hydrated and cool. Make sure to get those dogs walked in the morning time and the evening time. You don't want their hot paws or their paws on the hot pavement. All right, here's that 7-day forecast. As I mentioned, we stay dry today and tomorrow. Some storms popping up late Thursday. Friday, maybe a stray pop-up thunderstorm. And then we'll kind of have that daily afternoon chance of a storm through the weekend and into early next week.
Thank you, Justin. 4 Orioles take the field in Washington State for the MLB All-Star exhibition game, where you can watch the Midsummer Classic.
And we're cuddling with cows this morning. Oh, I'm sorry, what'd you say? Good morning. Oh, good morning. Okay, awesome. We'll tell you all about it coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long. Is that good? That's good? That's good, huh?
$8:26. All right, so maybe you've heard of the new trend, goat yoga.
Yeah.
That's one thing,
yeah.
But we've got another one. How about cow cuddling? What better way to celebrate National Cow Day, I suppose?
I had never heard of this before, so we sent Mark Clark out live in Ellicott City today in Baltimore with some legendary guests here. Mark, how's the cuddling coming?
It's going well. Crackle is really trying to get this sun in, as you can see. And so the reason for the season, who loves cowtails? I know we do. Megan is from Cowtails. Megan, look, the cow cuddling thing is a hit.
Oh, it's absolutely a hit. We're so excited to be able to sponsor this with Maryland's Farm and the Clarksville Cow Cuddling. So if you come out today, I believe every time you cuddle a cow, you get some cowtails.
I love it. And Crackle, look at Crackle. Crackle's enjoying this whole thing. Now, look, Kelly, tell us about this wonderful facility here.
Mary's Land Farm is here in Ellicott City. There's always something new happening. We have lots of cuddling, a farmhouse, a bed and breakfast inn, and next month is our sunflower market, so check that out online.
And so, guys, again, when's the last time you get a chance to cuddle with a cow like this? This is everything okay? Okay. Hi, Boo-Boo. Hi, Crackle. Yes. I know it's a tough job, guys, but again, you can come out, get a cow tail, cuddle with a cow, and look at that, and enjoy your day, guys. They get better than this. No, not better than this, guys.
I wasn't sure what I'd think, but the cow's happy.
The cow seems happy. I mean, it's much more peaceful than I would have thought. When I think cows, I think of the tails flicking to swat the fly.
And other things.
Was not on board with that, but
this isn't bad. All right, we're going to put more information on cow cuddling on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Maybe he's just the cow whisperer out there. Well, this summer, Sinclair is partnering with the National Diaper Bank for Sinclair Care's Summer Diaper Drive. All you have to do is scan this QR code right there to help local diaper banks provide diapers to children and families in need. Donate today for a healthier future for our little ones. And if your family is struggling with the basic needs for your baby, you can go to sinclaircares.com.
Small business owners are expressing optimism about the future of the economy. Still ahead this morning, we're going to take a look at the numbers and how they've improved from last month.
A major grocery chain is closing one of its locations in Baltimore City. Why crime could be to blame. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News on this Tuesday, July 11th, 7-Eleven. I'm Megan Gilland.
Tom Rogers, 7-Eleven, that's right. And that means you are going to be slurping some things later on.
And the weather's going to go nicely with that. This is a perfect day for it. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with that.
Just have to eat the Slurpee with that spoon first because any amount of time outside, it's going to heat up and turn to liquid, and no one wants that. No one wants to drink a Slurpee. So looking outside right now, our Towson camera, good morning to you. Right down York Road, you can see plenty of sunshine there. It's already warm outside. Hank the Bird, good morning. Yep, there he is. 79 next hour, upper 80s through noon, into the lower 90s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour on your Bird is the Wordcast. And maybe ice cream. You could have that today, too, but it's going to melt quickly. 92 this afternoon, mid-90s Wednesday and Thursday. Good news. Next couple of days, we keep the humidity in check, but on Thursday, we start cranking that thing right back up as we head toward the weekend. Better look at our forecast in terms of our next weather maker as well. That's coming up in a few. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. And overturned tractor trailer is the big issue. You see, they've got the crane out there now trying to upright that, and it's a tanker that looks like it's on its side. That was blocking some traffic. It was down to one lane. It was closed at one point. They still have 2 lanes going, but it's taking a long time. This is Howard County 70 eastbound. Milk spilled across the road. Speaking of cuddling with cows today, this according to the Maryland State Highway Administration, so don't cry over it, but one eastbound lane is still closed in the left median there, and you're going to want to find an alternate route around this. Maybe some, what was that, oat milk, if you want, alternate route?
I like oat milk.
Yeah, oat milk.
Milk is a hazmat situation, so now they've got to bring crews in to try and clear that because of the milk.
Yeah.
Well, city in crisis, the juveniles caught in the path of violence. This morning, police are investigating 2 teens shot in 2 separate shootings. The first happening just around noon yesterday in southeast Baltimore. A 17-year-old shot in his upper body and face. Police say he's in critical condition and say it was a domestic-related incident. The second shooting happened downtown. A 15-year-old walked into a hospital with a gunshot wound, and he's expected to be okay. Because of the issue of ongoing violence, more and more businesses have been closing their doors throughout the city. Last month, Eddie's of Mount Vernon closing its doors. They blamed chronic shoplifting and violence as the main reason. Shannon Lilly continues our live team coverage this morning as yet another grocery store prepares to close. Shannon.
Well, that grocery store we're talking about this time, Megan, is Lidl. They are planning to close their Brooklyn Park location by the end of this week. Now, they haven't said exactly why they're doing that, but insiders say it has a lot to do with theft at that location. And so you'll remember this comes just a week after Giant Foods announced they're considering closing many of their stores around the Baltimore area due to theft and violence as well.
It's to the point where some of the crime and aggression going on in some of these stores, they can't even get employees to come in because they don't feel safe. We do have one of the highest felony theft thresholds of all of the surrounding states. So Maryland really has become a target.
Kaylee Locklear there is president of the Maryland Retail Association, and she says it's not just petty thieves, but organized crime operations that are leaving supermarkets struggling. And we are certainly, Tom and Megan, seeing the impact of that in our area.
Shannon, have we heard from any customers that usually shop at that store?
We have, Megan. In fact, we heard from some customers who say it's going to be a huge loss in the community when this store closes on Friday. We also talked to people who shop there often and say they do see thieves stealing quite often with no questions asked. Take a listen.
You know, they put those cameras up over top of where you check out, and people just, you know, they just walk through where the registers are and just walk right by sometimes.
There's a lot of addicts around here, so with addicts comes boosting. You know, they go into the stores and they steal and then they sell it out here.
So as you just heard, potentially an ongoing issue there. Well, this specific Lidl opened just 3 years ago at that location, and once again, it's set to close on Friday. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Shoplifting is having a huge impact on stores in Maryland and nationwide.
Maryland-based Giant Food hiring security guards and is limiting the amount of items that you could bring through self-checkout. At some of the locations, try to combat the crime. And in Chicago, Walgreens only has 2 aisles of touchable merchandise. Everything else is locked away, even though you've seen videos of people breaking through those locks. Customers have to order at a digital kiosk or on the app and then pick it up at the counter.
In San Francisco, the city's largest Whole Foods, a Nordstrom, and Old Navy's flagship store have all closed in part because of shoplifting. According to the National Retail Federation, retailers lost more than $94 billion to shoplifting last year. That's up about $4 billion from 2020.
National Federation for Independent Businesses just releasing its June optimism report. Coming up next, how small business owners feel about the economy.
And a mild morning so far, but more summer heat is on the way. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has a look at your forecast. It's 8:37. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, a local all morning.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Looking out over the Townsend area, the sun is definitely out, and we're already starting to heat things up. We've slid it to the 70s this hour, and we're going to continue to see those numbers climb. We're back to the 90s after a couple of days in the 80s. So out for a run or a jog next couple of hours. Get it in before the heat comes later this afternoon, but at least we're not seeing the humidity crank up. Another look at that coming up in a few minutes.
The National Federation for Independent Businesses just out with its June optimism report. Let's check it out here. It shows small businesses are feeling a little better about the overall economy, but still not feeling good. As we bring up the numbers here, you can see 90.9. That's an improvement from last month. But to put things in perspective, guys, 98 is the average over the last 49 years of record keeping and well below the high of 108 that we hit back in 2018. Now, another big economic news here today. We are taking you live now to Seattle, where Microsoft is announcing another round of layoffs on top of the 10,000 job cuts announced at the start of the year. A spokesperson for Microsoft wouldn't confirm, but the company filed a notice Monday saying it plans to cut 276 positions. That includes 66 virtual jobs. For context, tracking site layoffs.fyi says tech companies have cut 216,000 positions in the first 6 months of this year. Just giving you an idea of how the whole economy is feeling right now. That's actually down, though, from our peak at the start of 2023, but already 31% higher than all the tech jobs lost in 2022. So a little give, a little take. Taking a look at the stock market here. And we can see things actually trending up right here. Actually, let's go to the U.S. right here. As we looked at the Dow, the S&P 500, and the NASDAQ, they were all trending up at the close of yesterday. We're going to keep an eye on this, though, and let you know how things stand as that opening bell rings just about an hour from now. That's the latest from our live center.
A controversial approach to fighting the drug epidemic, gaining traction. But does it work? Experts weigh in.
Tonight, an all-star game you do not want to miss. Find out which 4 birds are flying to Washington. 8:42 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all Orioles, all morning.
In your Health Watch, Portland, Oregon now joining a growing trend. Local governments providing drug equipment like pipes and overdose treatment, drug Narcan, in an effort to reduce harm from drug use. St. Clair National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us from Washington with more on this.
Glass pipes and snorting kits for drug users will soon be given out for free, courtesy of Oregon's Multnomah County Health Department.
I'm just personally really enthused that the county is adding to the services it provides.
Advocates say it makes using drugs like crack cocaine and fentanyl safer.
A lot of viruses and diseases get passed through drug use, like hepatitis C, HIV, and they come from the equipment.
The controversial plan has plenty of critics. Portland is in Multnomah County. The city's Democratic mayor, Ted Wheeler, adamantly opposes the measure, saying it encourages drug use. Regardless, this tactic to fighting the drug epidemic is a growing trend. New York City experimenting with their own program, giving away free crack pipes next to Narcan in vending machines run by the health department.
We don't want to condone drug use, and we're not, but we are in a time right now where we have to really try different approaches.
Professor Jonathan Calkins at Carnegie Mellon says these highly controversial solutions don't have huge beneficial impacts.
If you think about the number of pipes being given out compared to the number of pipes being used, I think it's going to be a relatively small impact. That money might be better spent on plain old treatment, which is much less controversial.
Also growing in popularity, creating places where people can use drugs like fentanyl, heroin, and crack cocaine under supervision. The city of Somerville, a Boston suburb, approving funding to set up the region's first safe consumption site.
States like Minnesota and Oregon decriminalizing or legalizing drug paraphernalia, paving the legal pathway for increased harm reduction programs. In Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
All right, 8:47, time to get another check of our forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers, walking around, looks pretty good here. It also looks really good Seattle for the Major League Baseball All-Star game tonight.
Yeah, we had some good weather there last night for that home run derby. It was in the afternoon out in the West Coast, as it will be today, and looking very nice up there as well. I believe we're going to have a live update coming up in the 9 o'clock hour from the Pacific Northwest. Beautiful shot here from our Towson camera. Lots of sun that is out there right now, already starting to heat up. Now, our muggy meter is staying in the lower 60s, so that's kind of in that kind of dry to humid category. And as we go into the afternoon today, right between that sticky and nice category, definitely not as humid as we've been, but you are going to feel the heat. You just won't feel that humidity as much. So as you head to the pool on your splash cast, UV index in that very high category, lower 80s through 10 a.m., lower 90s into the 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Remember, 10 to 2 is typically the time where you burn the quickest. Upper 80s for Elkton and Bel Air across the eastern shore, for Chestertown down through Easton and Stevensville. 88 in Annapolis today, 89 in Columbia, and lower 90s for you in Baltimore City. We'll keep those lower 90s going down through D.C. and upper 80s in Philly, looking at 81 if you're heading down the ocean. And overall, beaches are looking very nice. Next couple of days heating up, though, with low to mid 80s for Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. That water temperature almost 80 degrees at Ocean City. If you want to get the grass cut here today, tomorrow, cleaning up the yards, even on Thursday, we've got 3 green lights for you, staying mainly dry. Not really tracking much in the way of rain until we get to Thursday. And even then, just some of those storms that get later into the afternoon, that's when they'll start to get going. Our future scan staying dry for your Tuesday and on Wednesday. This big H right there, that's that large area of high pressure that's going to continue to push into the area and heat us up on Wednesday. And then by Thursday, you can see that next cold front coming through. Along with that, we've got that southerly flow, so a lot more moisture working in for the afternoon and evening. That will help to spawn some of those thunderstorms by Thursday, late afternoon, evening, and into the overnight hours. And then a couple of pop-up showers possible on Friday as well. Shout out to Linda Wagner. Look at Rocco. That is sweet Rocco right there, having a good day with the doggies. So thank you very much, Linda, for sending that pet pic in. And of course, we'd love to see your pet pics. jcchambers@foxbaltimore.com. That's my email. Would love to put your pets on TV. Get those doggies walked in the morning time or in the evening, because we're going to hit 92 today and mid-90s for Wednesday and Thursday. Again, we pick up that chance for some storms late Thursday, and then a couple of pop-up storms into this upcoming weekend with temps hanging in the lower 90s. Time to take a look at a view through your window, and look at that. That is Skeeter, the Ravens dog. Gerald sent that picture in, so I know we're all talking about O's, but we know the Ravens training camp starts in just a couple of weeks from right now. So, Gerald, thank you for sending that picture in, and we'd love to see the view through your window. Just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or scan that QR code on your screen.
We want to go ahead and take you live now to Camden Yards this morning as the Orioles rest up before their next game on Friday. But a special 4 get to take their swing at the MLB All-Star game.
Today, 4 Orioles will be taking the field Washington State for the MLB All-Star game, including Adley Rutschman, Austin Hayes, Ynier Cano, and Felix Bautista. This is the most players the O's have sent to All-Stars since 2016. You can watch the Midsummer Classic right here on Fox 45 tonight. First pitch just after 8 with coverage starting at 7. I think we have a live shot from Seattle on our smartboard right now from the game in front of it right there, so you can see exactly where they'll be playing. Yeah, there you go. T-Mobile Park. Yes, and they got the chairs out. No street camping around there, Seattle.
So we've got the big game tonight. We've also got the MLB draft going on. We're looking at what is to come for day 3 now. But first, let's recap where the O's stand so far. Day 1, the O's snagged outfielders Enrique Bradfield and Mac Horvath, and pitcher Jackson Baumeister. Wasn't familiar. I'm thinking that's how you say that one. Now, day 2, rounds 3 through 10 here. They took on more college players and pitching depth. That's always great. So far, the O's have drafted a total of 7 pitchers. I think that's clutch right there, something we always need.
And, of course, if this is Orioles we're talking about this weekend, fireworks Friday when they come back for the homestand, right? And then Saturday it's soccer.
That's right. And that's where this comes in. We've got a lot of cool giveaways, but mostly I think the giveaways used to draw us to the stadium. Now it's just a game.
But
I mean,
can you
now.
turn around and show
oh, yeah, yeah.
Sunday?
Here, I might have to stand.
It says Birdland FC.
Can you see
Look
it?
at that. Birdland FC 23.
That's a pretty cool one.
It is a really cool
The
Sunday
fabric
giveaway.
of this one's really nice, too.
Yes, it is.
I really
the
like
soccer
that.
shirts, you know, so then the tees on Sunday.
Yeah.
So all 3 days, we've got 3 giveaway. Well, fireworks.
Yeah, and Miami Marlins, too. They're not bad. I mean, they're pretty good. They're second in their own division there. So
I mean, they're not number 2, but, you know.
Well, yeah, they're pretty good. So we have to watch for them. Yeah, we're number 2 overall in the American League.
Yes, we are.
So yes, we like that for sure. Yeah.
All right, we're good. Well, there you go. You have it right there. Go O's, right? If you're longing for that holiday spirit, you're not alone. Hippodrome banking on it by celebrating Christmas in July.
Yay.
Coming up at our 9 o'clock hour, we have an inside look. Cirque du Soleil show. 'Twas the night before. It's actually shows in March through December 3rd.
Today is National Cow Appreciation Day. Out at Mary's Land Farm, we're celebrating the cows. You can come cuddle with the cows, but guess what? Not just the cows. When's the last time you cuddled with a bunny? When's the last time you cuddled with a lamb? Well, you can do that, not just today, but you can do that, you know, this summer. But again, today we're focusing on the cows. We'll be back to tell you more about that and how beneficial the cuddle is on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
One way to focus on the cow.
Cuddle up with a nice mug.
Yeah, nice mug. Put a little bit of milk in there. Got your coffee break while you're hanging out with the cow. $8.56 and topping your business report this Tuesday morning. Inflation may ease, but not soon enough in the minds of consumers. Federal Reserve Bank of New York surveyed Americans, and they expect high inflation for a few more years, even if inflation drops in the short term. Federal survey of 1,300 households affects how federal policymakers respond? Because inflation is partially impacted on what consumers think.
But it's not all bad news for consumers. A new report says the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau is proposing big cuts on late fees to consumers who don't pay proportional or minimum payments on credit card balances. The agency's proposal would also not allow charges to go up to adjust for inflation, and potential changes could save consumers up to $9 billion a year. Now it is time for today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Gnocchi.
I absolutely love to cook, and I've been looking for the perfect utensils my whole life. Well, I found them, the Spurtles from Mad Hungry. These are really the only 4 tools you need in your kitchen. Purge your drawers. Get it out. This is all you need. I'm going to show you some things. Wonderful, the way to separate an egg, a white from a yolk, put it over the Spurtle, and the white goes right down, and the yolk just stays up there. And then you can just drop that in there and scramble that baby up like that. Unbelievable. Then avocados. These I love. These I use all the time. 1 scoop with the rounded edges. There you go. Your avocados out of the shell. And the last thing, the bane of my existence, empty peanut butter jars. They love peanut butter. This rounded spurtle, the edge, you can get almost the whole, you get everything out of that jar. 1 scoop, and you're on your sandwich and you're on your way. Is that beautiful? That makes me happy. They're made with this beautiful, premium, high-quality acacia wood. So right now we're offering buy 1, get 1 free deal. That means 4 and 4, which means if my daughter in her new apartment wants to take one, or my mother or my sister, it doesn't matter. So I want you to head to asadeals.com for this amazing, love it, exclusive offer.
We are taking you into the news right now on Good Day Baltimore.
It is 9 a.m. and here are today's top stories.
We are continuing to follow that investigation into the mass shooting in Baltimore's Brooklyn community. Just ahead, what we are learning about the teen behind bars and the many questions still unanswered.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning on this Tuesday, July 11th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers in our forecast.
Yeah, good morning, ladies. Good morning to all of you as well. Our temperatures already heating up as we look outside. We've already hit 80 degrees at BWI. Looking down at Camden Yards, Friday night fireworks will be going on in full effect coming up with the Marlins in town on Friday, of course, after the All-Star break. Out the door, Cash, yeah, definitely grab your sunglasses. No need for the jacket or the umbrella. Later this week, we will be talking more about the umbrella needed because we've got some more storms on the way. But you're out and about, Cash, staying dry here through most of the day today. In fact, 87 by noontime, and we'll get to 90 by about 1 o'clock. So after a few days in the 80s, we're right back into the lower 90s for your highs this afternoon. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
Thank you, Justin. This morning, we are continuing our coverage when it comes to a city in crisis. Fox 45 News is demanding answers about the investigation into the mass shooting at Brooklyn homes. More than 1 week after 2 people were killed and 28 others hurt. Investigators have yet to charge anyone with the actual shooting.
Coming up in just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will join us live as Fox 45 News continues to press the mayor for answers, including whether or not he still has faith in Acting Commissioner Richard Worley. But we first begin with Olivia Dance, who's at City Hall this morning. She's got more on the questions about safe streets. Olivia.
Well, Patrice, on Thursday, the police department and the mayor's office of neighborhood safety and engagement, also known as MONSE, will face council members to try and figure out they'll face council members to try and figure out why there wasn't more done to prevent the Brooklyn mass shooting. And that hearing is happening right here at City Hall. Now, we've learned that 4 Safe Streets workers mediated several conflicts earlier in the day between people with guns at the Brooklyn Day block party, but they left before 30 people were shot, 2 of them losing their lives. Councilman Mark Conway, chair of the city's Public Safety Committee, says he is expecting answers to several questions.
Why was there no police presence on the scene? Why did we not know about the event in advance? Who knew about the event in advance?
The questions now being raised circle back to the uncertainty of an agency Fox 45 News has been investigating for years. Monzi oversees the implementation of Safe Streets, Baltimore's flagship gun violence prevention program. Now, the interim director of Monzi making it clear last week that the policies for Safe Streets workers telling someone about a potential threat aren't in place, but we were told those policies are now under review. However, after multiple emails last week asking about the policy, it's unclear if or when change will actually be made. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Olivia, last month we asked Monzi about this organizational chart, now showing Mavronis at the top after Shantae Jackson left June 30th. What are the qualifications each employee has to justify holding their respective role? What is their previous employment? Will you allow Fox 45 News to interview any or all Monzi employees to learn more about their work? Has anyone on the chart of misdemeanors or felonies? Still, no answers to those questions from 3 weeks ago.
Well, this morning, the 17-year-old who's facing gun charges in connection with the last Sunday's mass shooting remains in jail after a judge denied him bail.
Shannon Lilly joins us live with our push for the latest in this investigation and the hearing scheduled this week. Shannon.
Yeah, that hearing you mentioned, Megan, is set for Thursday, and it'll be a Baltimore City public safety hearing to talk about this mass shooting, the events that led up to it, as well as communication amongst the agencies like the Baltimore Police Department. And it comes as a mound of questions remain in this mass shooting, and we are pushing leaders for those answers.
Why isn't this investigation further along?
So this investigation is pretty far along, but as we do with any case, especially a homicide or mass shooting, our detectives working with our local, state, and federal partners on this will continue to go through every single thing, and we'll be making charges as we track down every lead.
Well, more than a week has passed since the Brooklyn Day mass shooting, and so far investigators have yet to charge anyone with the actual shooting. One of the only leads released to the public thus far involved a teen captured in a social media post taking a gun out of a backpack at the block party. Acting Commissioner Rich Worley announcing his arrest days later on gun charges. That teen's attorney, though, claiming he's done nothing, the state has said. Meanwhile, major questions also remain about the department's response and the event itself. In fact, dispatch audio from about an hour and a half before this mass shooting took place seemingly indicates police were aware of the growing crowd. Listen.
It's one big crowd. Platform right here. Any other units?
Well, Acting Commissioner Worley later said that the police were not aware of this Brooklyn Day event happening on that day. Remember, this was an annual event. He says this one was unpermitted. But despite all of this, the mayor says he still has full confidence in Worley. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
We want to know what you think. Do you trust the city council to ask tough questions about the mass shooting? So far, 98% of those who voted say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Developing now in Anne Arundel County, there's a new push to address affordable housing issues. Supporters say addressing that inequity would also help address school crowding. We spoke with Anne Arundel County Executive Stuart Pittman earlier this morning, and he said the two issues go hand in hand, saying the county had been unable to open up more housing developments due to school capacity limits, but says new legislation and school redistricting means easing crowding issues.
So we said that that if a district has capacity in an adjacent area, a school feeder area, then that is open and that to development. So then the school board would just make an adjustment to the lines. That was one of the big changes. But we also were being very clear that we're limiting schools to 100% capacity. You can't develop if it gets over 100%. So we're ending school overcrowding. At the same time, we're opening things up to housing construction for our workforce.
To see the full interview, just head to our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Continuing coverage this morning when it comes to higher education, we are following new information about the state's 529 plans. The state treasurer announced participants will get a 6% retroactive earnings rate. The news comes after thousands of Maryland parents were locked out of the state's college savings plan. Fox 45 News has been following the chaos since last year. We've heard of parents who say the value of their prepaid accounts decreased by as much as 50%. The state says that was from a new method of calculating interest in the fund.
Developing news now. The National Defense Authorization Bill is often passed on Capitol Hill with little fanfare and overwhelming bipartisan support. It provides money for the Defense Department this time around, $886 billion to be exact. But it's about to become the centerpiece for a contentious debate on Capitol Hill.
That's where we find Christine Frizzell joining us live with the tension over this legislation. Good morning, Christine.
Good morning, Megan and Patrice. So first, this is simply a lot of money. Some concerned about the prices charged by defense contractors and the sheer price tag. But, you know, most of the drama in this case stems from the 1,500 amendments that have been offered, many from conservatives, House Freedom Caucus members. They include, you know, restricting diversity programs, cutting funding to pay for out-of-state abortions for members of the military, prohibiting gender transition surgeries and treatments, and rollbacks on military aid to Ukraine. The bill, by the way, gives members of the military a 5% pay increase and quality of life improvements. But this fight over social issues now being linked to military funding, it's going to occupy a lot of the spotlight here on Capitol Hill this week.
Christine, meantime, President Biden in Lithuania today for the NATO summit. What's on the agenda today?
So this meeting comes as the war in Ukraine from Russia's invasion carries on. I think it's safe to say that the war and its global implications will dominate discussion. There is a celebration, though, happening among members that Turkey's president has given the green light to allow Sweden to join NATO, which means the alliance is expanding, getting stronger at a time Russian President Vladimir Putin wanted to see it weakened. Almost as significant are talks occurring at this very meeting between President Biden and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, scheduled for tomorrow, about the possibility it could join in the future. President Biden very clear that now is not the time for Ukraine to join. The conversation this week among members involved creating a possible framework for that and will largely depend on the outcome of the war. Megan, Patrice.
All right, national correspondent Christine Frizzell live from Capitol Hill. Thank you.
We have some breaking news here this morning as the focus turns to the Supreme Court justices and a tradition that some claim is pay to play.
Tom Rogers is in our live center now with the details that date back decades, Tom.
Yeah, that's right. In fact, taking you live to the Capitol Hill, just a couple blocks away from the Supreme Court, where the Supreme Court is under the limelight now. All recent Supreme Court justices have taken various teaching jobs at some prestigious schools, or they speak at some of the institutions. But critics say when they do, they're violating an ethical code, not for teaching, but the extracurricular activities and assumptions made. Critics argue it's because they barely teach and either relax on beaches in Hawaii or meet with major donors for the schools. Critics like Gabe Roth, who claims this is a level of luxury that most Americans will never see, and the fact that the justices are receiving it by virtue of their position seems to be outside ethical bounds. Roth, the executive director of Fix the Court, a nonpartisan watchdog group dedicated to following the Supreme Court. Well, the Associated Press, writing for decades, the University of Hawaii Law School has marketed its Jurist in Residence program to the Supreme Court as an all-expenses-paid getaway with the upside of considerable downtime in paradise. And justices like Ginsburg, Kennedy, Breyer have enthusiastically participated. The spokesman for the University of Hawaii argues the school is so isolated from the continental U.S. that offering first-rate accommodations to these justices is just one way to ensure they will make the trip. The law clearly states justices can only make $30,000 over their annual salary. Justices Kavanaugh and Barrett, who teach every summer at the University of Notre Dame. Well, one justice facing a different type of criticism, Justice Sonia Sotomayor, who is accused of speaking at schools who then buy hundreds or even thousands of her books. Critics arguing that could be above $30,000 threshold. Her office, though, defends a claim that says that she is still in compliance. Now, Chief Justice Roberts argues his colleagues are encouraged to teach at accredited schools and universities, insisting it is a way to demystify the nation's highest court while exposing the justices to cross-section of the public. He also points out that this has been a practice for 4 to 5 decades without any complaint until now. That's the latest from our Live Center. Megan and Patrice.
All right, Tom, thank you. A family demanding accountability for criminals of all ages. There calls for major changes to state laws after losing their teen to youth gun violence.
And the 93rd All-Star Game is officially here. After the break, we're going out live to Seattle to share with you more about tonight's highly anticipated game. And now we want to take a look at our Len Stoller traffic network. We've been watching this one here, an overturned tractor trailer in Howard County on 70 East. There is milk spilled across the road, according to the Maryland State Highway Administration. Often a hazmat issue, so you can imagine a lot of cleanup. One eastbound lane is closed, as well as the eastbound shoulder. You definitely want to find an alternate route if you usually head this way during your commute. A lot of backups there. It is 9:12 now, and you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
All-Star Week in Seattle is coming to an end with the main event happening tonight at T-Mobile Park. The best in both the American and National League will face off tonight in the All-Star Game. The last time Seattle hosted this event was all the way back in 2001.
Wow. So Mo Hyder from our Sinclair sister station live at Mobile Park this morning with a look at what is ahead tonight. Mo, the atmosphere is ready. They had the Derby, home run derby last night. You guys are ready for the game.
That's certainly true, guys. So much momentum here, and the field is being ready. The final touches here at T-Mobile Park are being done. Check out here at the baseball diamond right behind me. Crews are just smoothing things out, making it look nice. You can check also up in the stands. They're getting the seats ready for the thousands of fans there tonight. They're going to pack this place to watch the best of the best in the league. It's going to be a classic matchup of 9 innings of the American League versus the National League. Last year, a close one. The American League won by 1 run in a 3-2 victory. Now, also a lot of excitement going on for Orioles fans here in Seattle with a strong first half to a season. The Orioles have 4 players in the All-Star game this year. Adley Rutschman, Felix Bautista, Yennier Cano, and Austin Hayes. That's the first time the team has had multiple players in the All-Star game since 2016. It's also the first time for all of them to participate in this. Also, all of them with a unique story. So, of course, a lot of representation from Baltimore here in Seattle. So that is the very latest this morning in Seattle. We'll send it back to you guys.
All right, yeah, we're all excited about that here. Thank you, Mo. Well, you can watch the Midsummer Classic right here on Fox 45 tonight. First pitch just after 8 with coverage starting at 7. Stay with Fox 45 Morning News. We'll have a live report throughout the day on social media, and then again, of course, tonight on Fox 45 News at 4.
Adley Rutschman swings for the fences as a switch hitter in the 2023 Home Run Derby. We talked about this just a little bit, and a familiar face stood on the mound. His dad, Randy. It was such a special moment there. Rutschman went lefty in the first round against Luis Robert Jr., and he knocked out his first 2, ended regulation strong with 21. Then he switches righty. The stands go crazy in bonus time, only missing 1. He went 7 for 8, finishing with 27 total. Sadly, Robert Jr.'s was able to beat him with 28 homers. He advanced on. Nonetheless, though, it was an incredible night for the second-year Oriole here, and many people saying just how impressive to be able to switch up the hits.
You know, I grew up coming here. This was the first and only ballpark I had been to growing up. So it just means so much. I remember sitting up in the third deck over in right field, watching the game, watching Adrian Beltre hit an opposite field home run like it was yesterday. But just being here means the world.
You could tell, and his whole family was feeling it. When it comes to the MLB draft now, we are looking at what is to come for day 3 now. But first, we need to recap where the O's stand so far. Day 1, the O's snagging outfielders Enrique Bradfield and Matt Horvath, and pitcher Jackson Baumeister. Day 2, rounds 3 through 10, they took on some more college players, got some more pitching depth. So far, a total of 7 pitchers have been drafted.
Well, it's 9:18, and we need to get back over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
He's got to look at our forecast today, but obviously moving to Friday when we finally get the O's back in town.
Yeah, and pitching is always good to have. We've got to stack the pitchers up for sure. And it's going to be pretty nice. It's going to be warmer and even hotter as we head into the next few days. Hopefully we'll keep those storms away for the weekend as the Marlins will be back in town. But a nice break for the rest of the team. And, of course, should be exciting to see those 4 O's players tonight at the All-Star game, the Midsummer Classic. And yeah, here we are, midsummer. It's 80 degrees right now in Towson. The dew point temperature holding steady at about 65 degrees. Now, dew point temps over the next couple of days are going to kind of hover in the 60s, which is good news in terms of that oppressive humidity. We're going to have some drier days, even though our temperatures will be climbing. Then as we get into Thursday and Friday, you can see that trend with the dew points climbing back up to the upper 60s and lower 70s. So that's something that we're looking at as we get later into the week. We also have a code orange air quality alert. Anne Arundel County, Baltimore City, and southern Baltimore County in that air quality alert today. That's unhealthy for sensitive groups. So some of you could be experiencing some difficulty breathing, maybe limit your time outdoors with some of that air quality that's in that code orange category. Maybe you're out playing some golf today or just doing some things outside. Already 80 degrees, but 87 through noontime and into the lower 80s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Or maybe going flying today. Pilots looking for that VFR day, visual flight rules. Check that density altitude because those temperatures rising means that it feels a little different on those single engine piston planes. All right, here's a look at our high temps today. 89 Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, right about 89 in Perry Hall and White Marsh down through Essex and Middle River. 92 in downtown Baltimore, out into Catonsville in the upper 80s today. Hartford and Cecil counties in the mid to upper 80s for Bel Air and Aberdeen, all the way up to Northeast and Elkton on your Tuesday afternoon. And checking the temperature tracker, numbers are going to climb. Tomorrow and Thursday, we'll be in the mid 90s. Notice that red line right there is the average, and we're going to be above average, hanging on to the 90s most of the rest of the week, even into the extended outlook as well. Here's that future scan. Staying dry for this afternoon. Also, more of that heat will be with us tomorrow, but not the humidity for at least one more day. Thursday, we'll start to tap into more of that southerly flow. That's ahead of that next weather maker that's going to bring some showers and potential more thunderstorm activity into Thursday afternoon and evening time, and then into the weekend as well. Just 55 days out from Labor Day. We know we're excited about the O's, but the Ravens about 2 months away from the home opener. Training camp starts in just a couple of weeks, and we're 74 days away from the autumnal equinox. Halloween, a bunch of Tuesdays from right now, 112 days from right now. It's on a Tuesday night this year. Here's that 7-day forecast. Obviously, we're still in summer, so low to mid 90s here for the next couple of days. So enjoy the heat, but enjoy the break from the humidity, at least through tomorrow. Back to you.
This summer, Sinclair is partnering with the National Diaper Bank for Sinclair Care's Summer Diaper Drive. Scan the QR code to help local diaper banks provide diapers to children and families in need. Donate today for a healthier future for our little ones. And if your family is struggling with basic needs for your baby, go to sinclaircares.com.
And it is 7-Eleven Day, how you can celebrate their birthday with a sweet treat.
Happy Cow Appreciation Day. We're at Mary's Land Farm this morning. We've been cuddling with cows. We're going to talk to you about cuddling and how it helps you in a healthy way. Yeah, it's coming up on Fox 45 Morning News all morning, all local.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
.924. They've been a favorite of candy connoisseurs for more than 100 years. We love them around here. They're made right here in Baltimore. We're talking about cowtails.
Used to eat them when I was a lifeguard growing up. Today, in honor of National Cow Day, you can score some free candy, and guess what? You can also cuddle with a cow.
It's that second part. Mark Clark is live in Ellicott City with Today So Baltimore, showing us how exactly you do that.
That's right, guys. So Teresa is the cuddling expert. And Teresa, you were saying actually this is not only in the United States, and also there are benefits to cuddling with the cows.
Absolutely. So cow cuddling is more popular in the UK. And Corey had been reading about it and really decided that it was a very good venture to try. And there's a lot of benefits to cuddling cows. When we meet with the cows and sit with the cows, our heartbeat slows. We produce oxytocin, which is a feel-good hormone, and it really helps to just ground us, make us feel more less stressed.
I love it.
And rejuvenated. And certainly a lot of people have really enjoyed the benefits of cow cuddling.
I know I have, guys. I've been cuddling with more cows today than I have in my whole life. Again, it's Cow Appreciation Day today. We're celebrating the cows, but you can also, out here at Mary's, you can also cuddle with other animals, the bunnies, the lambs. Oh, cuddle with the lambs. Oh, and I love, this young lady knows everything about everything when it comes to animals and cuddling.
I hope you're going to cuddle with the washroom when you get back to the station before you have to come back in studio.
Well, what I'm going to do when I get back, Patrice, is give you a big old hug because I'm soap sweat and cow sweat.
Yeah, that's a good idea. All right, Mark, thank you. It's amazing that the animals like this, too. They seem to enjoy it. For more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. New data is out on how much money sports betting is making the state government. Still ahead, we are going to tell you just how effective wagering is across Maryland.
And temperatures in the 90s this afternoon, but will it feel even warmer because of humidity? Meteorologist Justin Chambers has all the answers coming up right after the break. 9:27, you're watching Fox 45. Good day.
A major grocery chain is closing one of its locations in Baltimore City. Why crime could be to blame for that.
There are growing calls to change Maryland's juvenile justice laws. Coming up next, we're hearing from one family who knows all too well what it feels like to have a loved one murdered by one of Baltimore's young people.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back on this Tuesday. 9:30 is the time now. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with us this morning.
Why is it that sometimes Tuesdays are just worse than Mondays?
Because I think Monday you still have the weekend that you're thinking about and feeling.
Adrenaline. You're on adrenaline.
Yeah.
Tuesday, you've lost all that adrenaline.
And the next weekend is, you know.
Tuesday, you're like, forget about it.
So far away.
All right. Well, good news is it's Hump Day Eve.
Okay.
So it's almost Hump Day, and we're getting closer to it. And we're stepping outside right now, already heating up, looking out over the Inner Harbor. Very calm conditions right now. You can almost see that heat out there. I mean, it's already 80 degrees officially. at BWI, and a lot of us are seeing those upper 70s in Westminster and Bel Air, even 80 already in Chestertown across the bay. Still hanging on to some mid to upper 60s in western Maryland. We'll keep the humidity in check for the next couple of days, but the yard and gardening cast still going to be warm and even hot this afternoon. So hopefully you got the yard work done this morning, or you can get it done this evening with lower 90s on the way for today. Now, that ice cream cone and all of those things are going to melt quickly. 92 today, 95 tomorrow, and same thing for you on Thursday. We do bring a better chance of some thunderstorms, not until we get to Thursday afternoon. That's going to be our next weather maker, so we'll continue to track that and give you another update in just a few minutes from right now.
Topping this half hour in a city in crisis, the juveniles caught in the path of violence. This morning, police are investigating 2 teens shot in 2 separate shootings. The first happened just after 12 p.m. yesterday in southeast Baltimore. A 17-year-old shot in the upper body and face. Police say he's in critical condition, and officers believe it was a domestic-related incident. The second happening downtown. A 15-year-old walked into a hospital with a gunshot wound. He's expected to be okay.
As juvenile crime continues in this city, whether they're committing the crime or falling victim, we have live team coverage. In a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will join us with why violence may be to blame for another store closing in the city. But first, we begin with Olivia Dance, who is live outside of City Hall with the calls for change from the family of Nicaila Strouder. Olivia.
Well, Patrice, it's a call for change. This family has been fighting for almost a year, and that fight is still ongoing. Fox 45 News spoke with Renard Parks, who was Nicaila Strouder's cousin. Take a listen.
But what we know now is people understand the bill. It's more talked about. Kids understand. Trust me, kids have come to me. I work with kids. They know what happened. They understand that they can get access to a gun and not be held accountable.
Parks is referring to the new law, which was passed last year, aimed at providing services, not lengthy sentences, to juveniles who commit crimes. According to the new law, any child under the age of 13 years old may not be charged with most crimes, and any child younger than 10 can't be charged with any crime. Police say 15-year-old Strouder was shot and killed by a 9-year-old boy on her front porch last year. Now, the bill is supported by Senator Jill Carter. The bill passed the Senate but was held up in the House, ultimately failing before becoming the current law.
But what experts believe, is, and I agree with this part, is that what should happen is there should be an assessment of the child and whatever interventions are needed so the child can appreciate the consequences of their actions, be held accountable.
We want the kid to be held responsible.
And a grand jury indicted the grandmother of the 9-year-old accused in Strouder's killing. The 54-year-old faces reckless endangerment and 2 counts of failing to secure a firearm with an unsupervised minor. Now, her trial will begin later this month. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Olivia. Because of the issue of ongoing violence, more and more businesses have been closing their doors throughout the city. Last month, Eddie's of Mount Vernon closed its doors. They blamed chronic shoplifting and violence that pairs with it as the main reason. Shannon Lilly continues our live team coverage this morning as yet another grocery store now prepares to close. Shannon.
Well, the grocery store we're talking about this time, Megan, is Lidl. They are planning to close their Brooklyn Park location by the end of the week. Now, the chain has not specified why they are closing, but insiders say it likely could have to do with theft at that location. And remember, this comes just 1 week after Giant Foods announced they're considering closing locations around the Baltimore area because of violence and theft.
It's to the point where some of the crime and aggression going on in some of these stores, they can't even get employees to come in because they don't feel safe. We do have one of the highest felony theft thresholds of all of the surrounding states. So Maryland really has become a target.
Kaylee Locklear there is president of the Maryland Retail Association, and she says it's not just petty thieves, but organized crime operations that are leaving supermarkets struggling. And we are certainly seeing the impact of that, Megan, in our area.
Shannon, have we heard from any customers that regularly shop there?
Yeah, we have heard from customers that shop at this Brooklyn Park location, Lidl, and they say it's going to be a huge hit to that community to have that store closing come this Friday. But we also spoke with some people who say they regularly see thieves inside of there, and they're oftentimes not even questioned. Take a listen.
You know, they put those cameras up over top of where you check out, and people just, you know, they just walk through where the registers are and just walk right by sometimes.
There's a lot of addicts around here, so with addicts comes boosting. You know, they go into the stores and they steal and then they sell it out here.
So potentially an ongoing issue there, but this Brooklyn Park location, Lidl, it opened 3 years ago, and once again, it is now set to close its doors come Friday. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
You can find more on how crime is impacting businesses here in Baltimore and across the nation on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Developing this morning, jury selection begins today in the trial for Akia Eggleston's murder 6 years after she went missing. Michael Robertson is charged with her death. Robertson, who investigators say was the father of Akia's unborn child, was arrested in Michigan nearly a year and a half ago. Akia was 8 months pregnant when she failed to show up to her baby shower back in 2017. Her family demanding justice.
And we will continue to stand united as a family until the final judgment in this case has been rendered.
The trial is set to continue tomorrow.
Severe weather continues to impact several states in the Northeast. Many residents trying to clean up, now bracing for more rain.
Tom Rogers at our live center with some incredible images coming into the newsroom.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it right here. This is Burlington, Vermont, or Newport, Vermont, where it's not too bad at all in this location. But you can see the rain is still coming down. They had some washed out roads, trapped residents. In fact, let me show you one of the images coming off of Twitter here that we've been showing you this morning about how quickly this has been, I guess the rain has been accumulating here and causing these destruction. It's even disrupting travel and blocking roads for many. Thankfully, no reports of any injuries or deaths in Vermont, New England. They're getting word swift water rescue teams completed more than 50 rescues, mainly in the southern and central areas of the state. Rainfall in certain parts of Vermont exceeding 8 inches just yesterday. U.S. Army Corps of Engineers said late last night they expected the dams to release water, causing severe flooding, and that should impact the lower rivers at 2 p.m. today downstream. Likely multiple towns will be impacted by that and will have to evacuate. A live look now at the radar this morning as New England braces again for more rain. Forecasters predicting any drying out won't happen until midweek, and by then federal forecasters will be trying to determine whether another front is headed for New England. Officials say the storm has already brought tens of millions of dollars in damage. President already approving the state's emergency declaration. Let's go back to New York. Cleanup efforts are underway right now in parts of upper state New York after deadly flooding, where a woman was swept away when she was trying to flee her flooded car. About 50 people had to be evacuated from their homes in Ontario County. And it's not over yet, because today the National Weather Service issuing flash flood. They have watches and advisories for much of Vermont from the Massachusetts line north to the Canadian border. That's the latest from our live center. Megan Patrice, back to you.
Millions in funding going to fill a major shortage nationwide. Still to come, the latest efforts in Maryland to find more nurses.
And a warmer afternoon with plenty of sunshine ahead. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know how long this sunshine will last before we can expect our next weather maker to roll in. It is 9:39 now on Fox 45. Good
This morning, new data shows just how much money sports betting is making in Maryland.
In June, the state brought in nearly $3 million in sports betting revenue, with mobile betting accounting for over 95%. Now, across the state, more than $250 million were wagered.
The two largest lottery jackpots in the country are still up for grabs. Still ahead, how much they've grown as of today.
And Cirque du Soleil returning to Charm City right after the break. How they plan on retelling the holiday story with a bit of a twist. 9:42 now on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
(9:45). Looking ahead this morning, summer may be in full swing, but we're already getting ready for all the fun and festivities coming to Baltimore this winter. More specifically, Cirque du Soleil is making its return to Charm City. And joining me this morning to share more about this highly exclusive show is the stage director of the performance, James Hadley. Good morning, James.
Good morning. Great to be here.
All right, so Cirque du Soleil is always fun, but this one I like even more because it is a holiday-themed show, and this is the first one you all have ever done.
It really is. It was a surprise to me when we first came together and thought about, putting a Christmas show together. It just seems like the perfect match. I mean, Cirque du Soleil is all about the unexpected and the surprising and the colorful, and that's really what Christmas is as well. And so when we decided to go ahead with a holiday-themed show, we thought, well, what better than to tie it to the most well-known poem about Christmas, "'Twas the Night Before Christmas."
And so what is the theme of this? How does the story unfold, as much as you can tell us?
Sure. Well, really the images of the show are all based on the poem, which is originally called A Visit from St. Nicholas. So there's some beautiful imagery there. And what was so much fun was linking some of these images to different acrobatic acts and different characters. And all of that is tied around a story of a young girl who's kind of become jaded with Christmas. She's more interested in her TikTok and her Instagram, and her father, who's trying to reconnect with her using this tradition, this poem that they used to read together, every night. Night before Christmas. And so they finally at the end reunite. They both have some spectacular acts that they do, and we really come away with a wonderful Christmas spirit.
Oh, I can't wait for this. I was telling you in the commercial, I just bought tickets to this show, and we're talking about it now because the tickets just went on sale, and they will sell out well before Christmas, so now's the time to get them.
Yes, absolutely. It's funny because we're here. It couldn't be hotter in Montreal and at the studio, and we've got the Christmas spirit going for a couple of months because it's been surprising how successful this show's been. So we have 3 different companies going out this year, and one absolutely is going to be coming to Baltimore for the first time at the Hippodrome right around Thanksgiving.
That is very cool. Now, you're the stage director of the performance. What all goes into that? How challenging and probably fun is your job?
Yes, I think I think both those words are really, that sort of sums it up. Really, what comes together is putting the idea of it together with a great group of creative team, set designer, costume designer that are all really experienced here at Cirque. But now that we've been running the show, the big challenge is finding these great acts from all over the world.
Right.
So, we have acts from Taiwan and from Europe and from the United States and from Canada. So that's really our biggest challenge is how do we increase the wow every time, because people have such high expectations when they see Cirque. So we want to make sure that when they come, they're going to be even more impressed.
Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. All right, last question real quick. Where do the people go to get information and buy tickets?
CirqueDuSoleil.com is the best place to go. And there it's also a good place to see what other shows are running or coming close to Baltimore in the future.
All right, James, thank you so much.
Great, thank you.
Take a look at this. Teenagers are getting their start at the Department of Public Works for the annual Youth Works program in Baltimore. For the past 5 decades, the program has placed teens and young adults in summer employment opportunities in local government and private sector jobs. This year, there were more than 7,800 jobs offered to 14 to 21-year-olds. Often that then leads to inspiration on what they want to do, possibly jobs. Great career placement program. All right. Great time to get outside, too. It's going to be hot. It's going to feel like summer.
All right. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here. We're talking about Christmas things down the line, but doesn't feel like, well, but
Christmas in July.
Yeah. I mean, Hallmark's doing it, so why not?
I'm right. And they always say Christmas in July with the Black Friday stuff, with the Prime Day and all those things going on. But yeah, it's still pool time, my friends. And whether you're doing a cannonball or a jackknife. Do you guys ever do a jackknife into the pool?
Yeah,
do you remember what that is? Okay. I was trying to think about it. I'm like, I used to do a cannonball, but there's something else I did, and I think it was like...
Is that when you hold your leg?
One leg.
Yeah,
exactly.
you hold your leg in, right? Yeah. Jackknife. So anyway, all right, 82, it doesn't sound as cool as cannonball. 82 next hour, lower 90s into the 2 and 3 o'clock hour today. And yeah, definitely a day to be in or near the pool, but get that sunblock on. Very high UV index. This time of year, we've got a very high sun angle. Remember that park they had down there that had all the volleyball and everything? Look where that building is being built on top of that. That's down there. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but that's out there in the Inner Harbor, and I just noticed that on that shot. 80 your current temperature right now in Towson. 65 is your dew point temperature. High temps today. What was it called? Sandlot. Sandlot. Thank you. Thank you. Sandlot, thank you. Upper 80s and lower 90s across Maryland here and central Maryland at that. And we're going to see those 90s up and down the 95 corridor for Baltimore down through D.C. 89 in Philly today, 90 in Harrisburg. Even if you're heading down the ocean, 81 in Ocean City. And look at these temperatures, too. Low to mid 80s the next couple of days, so looking pretty good. That water temperature at 78 degrees, so already warming up. Maybe you're going to fly down the ocean from Martin State over to OXB. Yeah, we're talking about VFR conditions, visual flight rules all day. Not much to get in your way. There's Betty the Butterfly out and about here in your outdoors cast. If you can stand the heat, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, heating back up. And if you can't, they say to get out of the kitchen for whatever reason. So your 7-day forecast, low to mid 90s today, tomorrow, and Thursday. Now, Thursday and Friday, we'll start to get more into that muggy and chance of thunderstorm type scenario. We're going to keep that going into the weekend, but at least the next couple of days, we get less humidity, even though our temps heat up.
The 2 largest lottery jackpots in the country are now worth more than $1 billion combined.
Sounds nice. The estimated Powerball jackpot is now up to $725 million. That is a cash value of $366 million.
I'd take that, no problem. The Mega Millions, I'd take this too, approaching $500 million. The next estimated jackpot is $480 million with a cash option of $240 million, and that drawing is happening tonight. So I think when I go to 7-Eleven to get a Slurpee.
Patrice, you read my mind. Because Maddie's been yelling we have to go, that we will do that all together.
Right.
Well, the Maryland Lottery had a big winner in Howard County. A lottery player in Elkridge won $550,000 playing multi-match. That would be great, too. Scratch-off tickets put $100,000 in the pockets of Capitol Heights, Clinton, Glen Burnie, and Perry Hall residents. In all, 43 tickets worth $10,000 or more were sold or redeemed in the 7 days ending in July 9. 10 grand would be great. I'll take it.
I'll take $5 right now. All right, if you're looking for a way to beat the heat, today is National Mojito Day. Enough to buy a mojito. I'd take that much. It's a time to celebrate and appreciate the delicious ice-cold minty drink. It's made with white rum, sparkling water, sugar, or simple syrup, lime juice, and mint. But what is certain is the sweet sugar, the tart citrus, and the mint create a refreshing combination that's perfect to beat the heat of summer. I don't think Slurpees come in that flavor, though.
I don't know. You can always make that happen. You just got to muddle it up. Well, if you were under 18, this might be more up your alley. Today marks 7-Eleven's birthday. We've been telling you about this. It's giving away free Slurpees to celebrate. And the store is celebrating its 96th year in business. Customers can cool down with a free small Slurpee when they go to any participating 7-Eleven, Speedway, or Stripe shops throughout the day. Today, we have a warmer afternoon ahead. Temperatures in the 90s. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking how long that heat lasts, coming up in that exclusive 10-day forecast. It's 9:53 on Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back. That's the thing we were talking about. It used to be the Sandlot. Now there's a big old building there. So 10-day forecast, low to mid 90s here next couple of days. We keep the humidity at least in check today and tomorrow. We're going to get right back into that summer feel. Look at those 90s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 days. 90s.
So that's a heat wave. You only need 3 for a heat wave, right?
Yeah, sure.
Right?
I mean, it's July.
It's a lot of heat waves.
So, yeah. A lot of heat waves.
Woo!
Hey, these flowers are nice.
They're beautiful.
Are they going to survive the heat wave?
I don't know. Got to water them.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Pretty breezy in here.